Our escape pod was destroyed and you died. Lucky for you that you have been reincarnated through an insurance clone. Warp drive active. You clumsy pilot. The capacitor is empty. You clumsy pilot. Docking request accepted.
Good afternoon, good evening, and in some cases, good morning. Friends around the world, welcome back to the Anger Games. This is it. This is the finals of our 6th running of the Anger Games 2024. This one is for all the marbles. 4 teams remain. One of them is walking away today with big money and even bigger bragging rights. Joined alongside Jintan and Dujek One Eye here at the desk, I am CCP Jotun. Gentlemen, good morning. Good afternoon, I suppose, or good evening, depending where on this big old blue orb you happen to be residing. Jintan, Dujek, thank you so much for being here with me, and thank you all for tuning in to watch the finals. We have a thrilling set of matches today. We have 4 teams remaining: Lazy Piglets, Burn My Prop, spooky action at a distance, and no spaceships for old men. We have a losers bracket match, a winners bracket match, a couple show matches, a losers bracket match, and then the finals. We have a ton of cool stuff to do today. Looking forward to really getting into it. Dujek, you've been in and around this tournament the entire these last couple of weeks. You've seen the comings and goings of teams. How do you feel about how the tournament has proceeded? Do you feel like it's become more competitive, less competitive? Do you think it's played out as you expected it to?
I would say that this year has had a more varied set of strategies than some of the tournaments that I have casted. We've seen some weird jank as well, both from the tournament and show matches, that it's been extremely fun. My highlight weird jank matches are Armor Serbs and Triple Draugr Double Curse. Those matches were fun.
Wild, wasn't it? It was absolutely wild. Jin'taan sporting your absolute finest today with the metallic tie and the golden black jacket, a staggeringly fresh look. Thank you so much for being here, Jen. These comps that we've seen, to Dujek's point, over the last couple of weeks have been interesting, certainly as we've built up here now towards the finals. Going into what is now the final day of play with these four teams, obviously we've seen a lot of different things from them. We've seen a lot of consistency within their own comps, but also consistency within comps from all groups as we've kind of developed over time. What are you expecting to see out of these teams today? Anything stick out to you? Anything that you think is going to be strong as we go now into the finals?
Yeah, so Lazy Piglets have shown this real tendency towards these single battleship control setups that are designed to go into Rush and just absolutely crush them. You know, utilizing the Hugin absolutely expertly in their last match of yesterday. And on the other side, we have a lot more of a varied composition set that's been brought by Paper Numbers throughout this. But what I am really, really hoping for is that bizarre armor fly killer setup that they showed at the very last match of yesterday, which was fantastic. Just abusing the range and the tracking and the rate of fire on those artilleries to rain death upon the frigates of their opponents.
Yeah, that Kizrael setup was among the more unique we've seen so far. And it's so cool seeing the Kizrael specifically. We've said this a lot about, obviously, the Alligator as well. Seeing these ships that have been released so recently now getting a lot of screen time in the tournament. Obviously, not quite as much as certain tournament mainstays like the Orthrus, like the Gila, like the Curse, certainly, and then plenty of others, Sleipnirs, Nighthawks, armor battleships of a variety of different persuasions. All of these things now fitting in together as this tournament has proceeded, as teams have gotten these more fleshed out, really makes you think like, oh, okay, as we get further into this tournament and potential future tournaments, if they play out, we're going to see a lot of really cool things using a lot of these new ships. And it's also really cool to see new CCP tech get included into the tournament as well. It really changes the playing field a lot, I think, which is cool. To answer chat's question, because I know they're a little bit confused, no, Jin'taan's tie is not green and being green screened out. It is actually just metal, which is the most metal thing I think I legitimately the most metal thing on this at the desk right now.
The Proteus yesterday was actually the 150th unique ship that we brought.
Was it really?
Yeah.
150 unique ships. That's actually kind of crazy if you think about it. And we've only, it is funny too, because to think about the Proteus, we saw a Navy Myrmidon yesterday as well. Ships that we have not seen a lot of over the last couple weekends, now starting to see some playtime here near the finals. It's going to be really, really cool. So for those of you who are just now tuning in for the first time, who aren't aware of what we're doing here, hi, I'm CCP Jotun. This is the Anger Games. It's a tournament format for EVE Online. We have a modified rule set from previous years. I'm just going to touch on those things very quickly. The number of points allowed from each team was increased from 100 to 150. But the ships themselves were increased as well to allow for a little bit more granularity. The tournament time, the match time, was reduced from 10 minutes to 7. And if neither team are within 20 minutes of each other, or 20 points of each other after 7 minutes, the match ends there and a winner is announced. If teams are within 20 points of each other at that 7-minute mark, they will then go to a 3-minute overtime. And instead of the kind of reverse tie-dye rules that we've used before, now we have a 58% overload bonus for all modules. So your guns become more potent, your micro warp drive moves faster, your webs are more web, which is all great. That's a very cool. It's the C3 red giant effect. Very, very cool. We've also gotten rid of the duplication rule as well, which allows teams a little bit more flexibility with their comps. And we have seen a lot of different comps. All 4 of these teams, while they have done different things throughout done a lot of similar things throughout the tournament, have also had wildly different philosophies about how they approach those comps. And we're going to see a lot of that today as well, because once we get into the finals specifically, we have rolling conquest bans for these matches, which means the team that wins, they will no longer be able to use the ships that were banned out in the previous match. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. Somebody can confirm if I'm wrong.
That's correct, yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay, so very cool. A little bit of a mix-up here at the end to really set the stage for what is going to be an exciting final day of matches. We have tons of cool teams going to be playing in show matches as well. Starting off here, teams that have been throughout the tournament either eliminated or teams that have fallen out in this finals bracket. All of these teams coming back to play. It's like a best hits of the Anger Games so far, which I think is kind of cool. But we are going to go get started already talking about this upcoming matchup. We have Lazy Piglets versus Burned My Prop Sorry. Jinton, let's start with you for a moment about Lazy Piglets specifically. So we've talked a lot about how they've had a big run through the losers bracket. They came down early and they have basically stomped almost every opponent they've run into so far. What is it about this Lazy Piglets team and how they approach their matches that has made them so spooky so far?
Yeah, so it's probably worth mentioning for the audience who isn't familiar with the wonderful array of non-alliance-based names that these teams choose.
Correct.
That these are some of the players that you will be familiar with from the Alliance tournament. Specifically, this is the Volta team, effectively, with a few of their friends from other groups that they fly with quite regularly on Tranquility. And because of that, this is a team with an insane amount of tournament experience. They have fought through, 10, probably burgeoning on 15 different metas across a variety of different tournaments. They probably have easily 4 figures of tournament matches played between all the participants in their team. And I think they were one of the highest ELO rated teams coming into this, only beaten by like 7 guys, 1 sheet, and a couple of
They
others.
were the highest, I think.
Oh, they were the highest,
They were first seed in A.
Wow.
Which is honestly, I mean, again, you talk about, and one of the things I want to mention to people, for folks who aren't super familiar with how this process works, ending up in the losers bracket is not somehow a sign of failure. You can easily end up in the losers bracket just by catching a bad matchup or running into another great team, and we can see that if you look back from the very first match. Lazy Piglets ran into New Eden Villains Valley in the first matchup of the winners bracket, and lost that matchup. New Eden Villains Valley then proceeds to the quarterfinals, effectively, of the winners bracket, drops down, faces Lazy Piglets again last night, and then lost to Lazy Piglets, getting a bit of a redemption match for them in the losers bracket, which is, again, so much of this is people assume it is a, well, you drop to the losers bracket, you've then somehow done something wrong. That's not quite the case. These tournament formats, especially at this level, anything can happen in any one of these matches. That's why the finals is a best of 5, so that we can make sure that we have the best possible outcome from these teams. And Dujek, looking forward to this next matchup between Burn My Prop Sorry and Lazy Piglets. Running up to each other. Do you, just based on what we've seen so far from the last couple of days, do you feel like there's any one comp that has stuck out from either one of these teams that is going to be maybe preferred or maybe strong in a certain way?
You touched on earlier that Lazy Piglets do 1 battleship supported by a lot of Eeyore. I would say that they always do kite, almost. Like, have done a lot of kite. They've done every sort of missile configuration you can think of, and the ships have just been getting bigger. They went from Nighthawks, a Nighthawk supported by Jackdaws, to a solo Barghest and a solo Typhoon Navy, amongst other things. They're going up against Burn My Prop, which is always a fan favorite to watch. Like, everyone who is in the tournament scene sits and waits for their MJD plays in particular.
Yeah.
They have been doing double battleships with Armageddon navies, and they have also brought a Scorpion to support their Gilas. So they could bring basically everything, but I would be surprised if they didn't have at least one battleship.
I think you're right on the money. We have Lazy Piglets banning the Orthrus, the Gila, the Kizrael, and the Deacon. Burn My Prop, banning the Orthrus, the Sleipnir, the Curse, and the Hugin. The Hugin ban, very interesting. We talked a lot about this yesterday with Black Bart Pirate about how Lazy Piglets is getting the most out of those long-range webs. Yesterday, fielding a seemingly overpropped Hugin with a lot of webs on it in their fight against.
I don't like the Hugin ban. I think it's worthless. I think that you could just take a rapier, and they've taken a lot of rapiers as well.
I don't disagree with you. The Hugin ban was their fourth ban, so obviously just an extra ban. But you're not wrong. The Hugin could be swapped out for the rapier without too much trouble. Lazy Piglets currently sitting at 71% preferred in our prediction voting on stream. Folks, don't forget to get those predictions in today. There are a lot of great prizes that you can win if your betting numbers look good. I'm not, listen, it's your channel points, baby. Spend them how you want. But Lazy Piglet's currently 72-28 for Burn My Prop. But regardless, this match is an elimination match. One of these teams will be going home. So we have just a couple seconds left before we go to the arena. Jinton and Dujek. Jinton, what do you think? Who is going to walk away from this one today?
Yeah, it's going to be a really close battle. These are two great teams. I think my money's on Paper Numbers / Burnt My Prop. They're a new team. They're hungry. I think they've got this.
Dujek, what do you think?
I'm cheating, and I see what they have, and I'm definitely going for Paper Numbers / Burn My Prop.
Well, I will not hear this Mirachieve besmirchment. I am going to go with Lazy Piglets. I am a big-time Tuskers stan. But now, folks, we go down to the first match of today. We have Starfleet Commander and Thoronth in the arena. Lazy Piglets versus Burn My Prop. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Hello and welcome to the penultimate losers bracket match in AG6. It's between Lazy Piglets in red and Burnt My Prop, in blue. I'm Thoronth, and here is Starfleet Commander. How are you doing, my man?
I'm good. I'm just looking at the field right now and I'm excited. And I did call it, didn't I? We were just talking before the bans and we were having a chat, didn't I? And I said one team will bring hams.
And indeed, that is the team in red. All those Nighthawks that have warped pretty close, it's 20 kilometers, I believe, or even maybe 10. I think it's 10 kilometers. There is a Loki in that team as well. Balikos for application. Double Scalpel. We'll see how it goes.
But they're up against a Leshak, which will want to be close as well. Only the Mauler out on front, obviously for screening some tackle. I think they're going to get. I think this is going to be a brawl, obviously.
Yeah, that Mauler is not going to like it in a moment, and we are going in 4, 3, 3, 3, 3, and the match is on.
I think the Mauler's going to get webbed down, and if I was the Piglets team, I'd web him down and go right round and try and get on. Maybe go for the Leshak. Is that a good idea? Or maybe get the Oneirus?
I mean, they definitely, whatever gets tackles them is going to get pounding, because those Ham Nycodes, they're doing like 1.2k DPS, right? And we can see already a Vengeance coming in trying to screen so that Hams cannot get into the squishy backline of Paper Numbers team. Loki is the first primary for the Leshak. The spool commences. However, Vengeance of Young Renegade is actually taking a pounding. Maybe he's ADCing right now because the damage is stopping a little bit, but there's a swarm of drones that takes him down.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things when you push out your frigates out to get some tackle initially. The damage can come quite quickly, and Aeneas has to react really fast. Now the Mauler is, I think he's the next primary. They're just going to go through him.
Absolutely. If they go through them, and if they manage to kill a Vengeance that is way smaller 6, so it soaks up damage way less than a Mauler, then a Mauler should not be a problem himself. Meanwhile, we see there is a swarm of warriors being delegated to getting rid of the Purifier, so that easy DPS that the Purifier provides for the team is going to be removed, and stress the Oneirus at the same time. What do you think about this Lachesis? Like, this Lachesis is kind of close to the brawl. It looks like he's scramming Flak Inquisitor in a low key, so they will have to also get through the Lachesis to get to the Leshak, but Loki is not going down too quickly right now, Starfleet.
Yeah, I'm Lazy Piglets. I'm feeling in a commanding position right now. Really good call to put the drones on the Purifier. Just give him some pressure. Make the Aeneas make a decision. He has to keep the Mauler up though. If I was a Logi, but he goes down. So basically, right now there's nothing really stopping Lazy Piglets' team.
There is still this Lachesis that seems to be in the middle and has probably, I would assume, a couple of scrams. I see effects going to the Loki, as I said earlier. But at the same time, yeah, he has Mira Chief also tackled. But there is already damage being applied to Oneirus. Powerbank has Stu Miner on top of him in a Flycatcher, so he's not going to go anywhere, and the drones are going to shift towards him. As the Spoiler, yeah, absolutely. Even if 2 targets are not being delivered on top of the Oneirus, it's still a lot of damage.
Honestly, it's such a difficult comp to come up against for Burn My Prop. The projection of the webs, the Vengeance. I think he did overextend at the beginning. As the Aeneas is about to go into structure, I do think this is an easy win for Lazy Piglets. Do you think they could have got through the Loki at the beginning? I mean, he is now taking chunks of damage, but I think it is definitely a little too late. The Purifier is still alive, and now I think it's just been an easy cleanup for Lazy Piglets.
Yeah, eventually the Leshak with the occult in occult range is going to spool up, and probably those 2 scalpers are not going to be able to keep up the Loki, so we might see him going down. However, with the recent nerfs to the spool, the Leshak is no longer starting with that. Well, it's not the spool that was nerfed, it's the base damage. So it takes a little bit longer for him to reach the same damage levels, especially early, which again plays a role probably in this here, because this Loki is actually hanging around 35% shield and he's actually stabilizing. So yeah, I think it was a decent idea having the Lachesis slow down all of those rushing ships, because he did slow down the Loki and he did stop the Nighthawk from getting on top of the Oneirus, but it wasn't enough to prevent destruction of this team.
Yeah, I think the Vengeance kind of suicided, in my opinion, a bit at the beginning there. And they kind of, I don't know, I'm just trying to think of a way that the Leshak team could have. It's such a comp that is based around you need some really heavy tackle, and if you immediately lose the Vengeance, like you said, which is the heaviest tackle they have on their team, it's kind of falling over really at this point. And then the Loki's got some nice revs. They've got a bellicose for applications, adds good fight scope and local, and the Leshak is in half armor. I do think that the advantage is definitely with the Piglets team.
Yeah, I think Leshak is a really bad pick. Well, bad pick. It wasn't a pick, right? Knowing that there will be Nighthawk on the field, but the moment the Nighthawks landed, you have to realize that you are dealing thermal explosive damage, and Nighthawk is attacked to Kaldari ship, so he has massive thermal shield resistances, and Leshak is a single ship, and those Nighthawks, they're like 150k EHP. In Loki with heat can reach up to 180k EHP with full links. So really, they would have to keep all of their team tackled for a long time. And I think a linchpin here, a very important ship for the Tuskers team was the Bellicose, because the bonus pains, they allow them to rip into that Vengeance and neutralize the tackle.
Always goes unnoticed, those little Bellicoses, don't they?
And with that, paper numbers, Team Burnt My Prop 3 is out of the tournament. Congratulations, you're going to enjoy some skins, Triumphant Elite nevertheless. But Lazy Piglets take it with 0 losses actually on their side.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
Paper numbers being shredded, now eliminated from the tournament. The team from Burn My Props, out of the losers bracket. Lazy Piglets proceeds to the losers bracket semifinals. Congratulations to them, and opposite of congratulations to Paper Numbers. But a well-fought campaign. I think we can agree. A well-fought campaign. Gentlemen, a pretty strong matchup between these two teams that ended up in kind of a wash for Paper Numbers. Lazy Piglets bringing a strong ham rush with dual Nighthawks and a Loki versus the Battleship Control comp we've talked about before that Burn My Props had done in the past with the Oneros, the Lachesis, the Pontifex, the Mauler, the Vengeance, and the Purifier. Dujek, let's talk about this Lazy Piglets rush for a second, because one of the comments I saw made was correct. Little paper joke there for you, Wailing Six Names. Absolutely. Me, king of paper jokes, absolutely did not steal that one from Genton. 100%. Yes, Dujek, let's talk for a moment about this rush, because it felt like the rush was not really quite a rush. It felt like it was just kind of a meander for a moment. What would you, or maybe it was just a little bit more meticulous, what would you say was the strategy for Lazy Piglets in approaching this Battleship team?
I've played this matchup in practice and in solo queue a couple of times, and one of the things that I instruct my pilots to do who are flying the tackle is, like, you have to match their speed. Like, we might be going back to string them out, but the real goal is to string them out. And Lazy Piglets did not get strung out here. They were meticulous. They have the powerful Loki webs, or long-range Loki webs, and the bellicose paints, meaning that they just were always together in a ball, and they stopped at the first ship, which was the Faster Vengeance, killed it, and then went forward, hit the Mauler, killed it until nothing could string them out. Like, they're taking damage from the Leshak at a range, but like 50-kilometer Leshak damage is nothing for their frigates to rep. So they were essentially not sustaining anything long time, because the Leshak has to reload and break their own spool once they're on top of it. So like, the damage is not permanent in any way.
Excuse me. I choked on something. So it's funny you mentioned that. I was going to ask, is this the kind of approach that you can only use, Dujek, when you have when you're in this kind of battleship where you're facing against a single battleship comp, where you know that the damage isn't the damage that you're going to be facing is not very high, at least not up front, so you can apply or maybe apply a more methodical approach to it, or because we've seen so many shield rushes, especially so many ham rushes, just burn in, grab the first thing and kill it, and then just kind of go out and try and grab whatever they can grab next. Doing that this way, is this only something you can do if you are facing a team that doesn't have a ton of upfront DPS, that is trying to control, and you just back them into a corner that way?
I think that, like, the Leshak does actually shoot far. Like, you can shoot a Leshak out past 70. I don't think the Leshak should go for the tankiest target on the team in the Loki. They were assuming that they were going to get hit much sooner than they were. I think the Leshak should kill the Bellicose or something, or at least force it away. Somehow, I think that in this case, they might even, because the Leshak shoots further at high damage than the Nighthawks do anyway. They might have to like tempt them to come in and then string them out much later in the match course, because losing 2 tackle ships for nothing obviously is a bad choice.
You're absolutely right. Jinton, let's talk about this Paper Numbers team, which again, Paper Numbers team it has a ton of tournament pedigree, obviously has played well in the past, and just kind of ran into a meat grinder in this one. What could they have done differently in terms of target control, maybe, or tackle that would have given them maybe a better chance for success in this match?
Yeah, so as Dujek was saying, when you're playing a control comp into a rush comp, your aim is to try and distribute the threat. So you're going to try and get into a position where one Nighthawk's shooting one frigate, you know, maybe a Loki and a Nighthawk are shooting a Mala, maybe your Pontifex is scramming down the Bellicose and it's trying to clear that off of itself. You need to put yourself in a position where you're stressing those scalpels, because those scalpels, they can't be everywhere. And when you're in that sort of a position as well, your Lachesis allows you to stop the opponents from self-supporting, and you just have so much advantage, especially with that T2 and Neros. The problem was that right at the start of that match, the Vengeance of Young Renegade went right in, went for the Loki. He correctly identified that's the target that has the most threat for our team, but rather than letting the sort of team push in and get himself in a position where he could isolate that Loki potentially, it seems like he or the team made the decision to go for that tackle immediately and almost sacrifice him for a couple of minutes. And you did see that worked. You know, burned my prop, sorry, got a good, 20, 30, 40 kilometers of extra space that they wouldn't have had if they hadn't have sacrificed that Vengeance. But in the late game, it just cost them. They had nothing there which could hold anything down. There's no way in hell a Mala can hold up that much rush, and if you start putting your Pontifex or one of your other frigates like that Purifier into screen, it's just going to get deleted instantly, as we saw much later on in the match.
I think also they thought the Vengeance was going to take less damage from hams than it did.
Yeah, not quite working out in that case. And it's funny you mentioned that too. And I'll ask you kind of the same question I asked Dujek, which is, do you feel like this comp was hurt by the fact that the Leshak now starts with such a low DPS, where if you grab that initial tackle, it's going to be a minute before any kind of significant damage is going onto that target? Yeah,
absolutely. This is one of those times where, the Leshak is really good in tournament play because it is the ultimate win condition. If you can get it into position and you can stop it from being disrupted, it will win you the match if you can keep it alive. The problem here, obviously, is keeping it alive. And in this case, they just weren't able to do it. Everything else got picked off around it. Before it could really use that ramping DPS to its best effect. You did see that at the end of that match, the Loki was dying. The Loki would have died if the Leshak had lived for long enough. They just weren't able to put out enough early DPS to really take advantage of it.
I'll ask you one more question before we move on to the next match, Jin. Do you think that the Lachesis pick in this one was a misstep? Would they have been better bringing a Rapier instead?
Oh, I would have loved to have seen a Rapier, especially seeing as they banned it. That would have been the ultimate BM move to try to bring, Lazy Piglets kind of almost at this point, I don't know what the term is, but marquee setup of anti-rush. That they have been using that to such great effect throughout this tournament because they've noticed that so many other teams have locked onto rush as the best way to win. They figured out the counter to that and just let other teams bring their best comp, which they knew they could beat, into them. That's how they made this tremendous run through losers brackets, and it'll be really interesting to see what happens now that we're in the later game and they've got to fight up against teams that are of the same level as them.
Well, you are absolutely right, and that run continues for Lazy Piglets, proceeding on to the semifinals of the losers bracket. The finals here will be determined just momentarily, or rather the actual semifinal will be determined momentarily after our next match, which we have coming up right now. Spooky Action at a Distance versus No Spaceships for Old Men. Spooky Action in red and No Spaceships in blue. Spooky Action at a Distance banning the Orthrus, the Cinnaball, and the Maulus, and then No Spaceships for Old Men banning the Jackdaw, the Crucifier, and the Sentinel. No Spaceships for Old Men getting rid of a lot of that disruption, at least that frigate disruption. An interesting pick, trying to force Spooky Action into something interesting here. Let me ask you, Dujek, about this Cinnaball ban. We've gone back and forth on these Cinnaballs over the last couple of weeks. Very curious to see your thoughts on this one because I don't think I've asked you yet. Do you feel like the Cinnaball is the right pick here if you're trying to make that kind of like more aggressive shield strategy not quite work out?
I personally don't think so. I'm curious what, like, obviously they're a slightly better team than mine. I don't know why they've picked that. I think that it's a glaring thing for this matchup that we do not have Gila or Alligator bans. So, like, are they worried that Cinnaballs are good against the healers or something? I honestly, I'm stumped on this, but I'm curious to see what comes of it.
Well, and it is funny too, and Jen, I'll ask you this question too. Every so often we'll see a ban in one of these matches that just feels so out of left field. Do you think that it's just because they're like, well, we've seen this thing, we don't want to see it going forward, or do you think there's just some kind of gigabrain galaxy level strat that we're just not clued into? They're testing the waters of the universe here to find something that's going to work for them.
Yeah, well, I have a more interesting theory, which is that if you look at how you would type out curse on your keyboard, the C and the Y, the Y and the U are very close to one another, and the curse wasn't banned in this match. And I don't know if you're familiar with how you select bans in this format, but you type the ship name in letter by letter, and then you hit enter. So my suspicion is that the team captain may have accidentally banned the Cinnaball instead of the curse.
Let's see. Spooky Action at a Distance previously had banned the Orthrus, the Gila, and the Scimitar. Okay, so it's not an Orthrus or a Gila or a Scimitar, rather. It very well could be missed. It would be very funny if that was the case. I saw somebody in chat say that they do it just to fuck with people. That would also be very funny. I like those kind of bans. So we have just a couple minutes left before we go into this one. This is a winner's bracket match. This is not elimination. One of these teams will drop to face Lazy Piglets in the losers bracket semifinals, but that match is not yet. We have Spooky Action at a Distance, No Spaceships for Old Men, Dujek One Eye. Who do you think takes this match?
I'm going with the Spooky Action. I bet against them once and I regretted it.
And Jintan, what about you?
I'm going to go for the blue team here. No Spaceships for Old Men. I'm just looking at what they've brought to field, and I love it.
I'm also going to go for No Spaceships for Old Men. I've not looked at the field, but they are the only team in the winners bracket so far who has completely wiped the other team in every single one of their matches, gone 150 and something in all of their matches. I think that's pretty impressive. That being said, we are going down to the arena. Once again, we have Starfleet Commander Thoronth, Spooky Action at a Distance versus No Spaceships for Old Men. We'll be back here at the desk in just a couple of minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the losers bracket to the winners bracket, and I'm Starfleet Commander here with Thoronth, and boy, don't we have a good match here, Thoronth.
Looks like it's going to be a banker, Starfleet.
I mean, we're on the Spooky Action side, we've got a big projection setup with armor, and they're kind of similar. What do the other team have?
Kind of a similar fleet composition, just in the other tank type, you know? Spooky Action are in armor, Fafi Wafi's team is in shield. It's perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
I'm definitely favouring the armor comp on this one. Lots of projection, rails across the board, and beams, if I'm not mistaken, on the Phantasms, right?
Yeah, absolutely. On all the teams here are sporting long-range guns, so damage is going to be applying instantaneously. I will also lean towards the armor comp being a little bit maybe more sturdy and having better damage spread against what they have on the other side. But we'll see. The match is on.
I think what we're feeling about these Phantasms, as beam is the first target and AS in the Omen Navy issue, you go straight into armor. Do you think the Phantasms are going to mitigate the damage at all?
No, because if you are doing the transversal matching against Phantasms, they have to pretty much get on top to be able to mitigate damage enough for the afterburner bonus to be meaningful. They are not very fast ships themselves too, 1.2k with the afterburner, so they will probably also have trouble chasing if it comes to this. But I don't think this is the case, because both the teams, they are basically ramming into each other.
I was about to say, it's a bit of a melee right now, as Olo has a web on him, so he's taking a lot of damage. Same for Control Freak in the Omen Navy issue. This Phantasm goes down. This is definitely a DPS race.
Alalsha is going down faster than Baza was clicking Annie's contract on those ships. So with this thing down, I don't know if Orontes will be able to follow quickly, because those matches, the mirrors between long-range projection guns, they are all about who can trade more efficiently. And there's one Phantoms down when Orontes' inaugural Navy issue is still only half.
Yeah, it's very interesting. They've switched targets and they went from OR to Control Freak back to OR as Pandy is going down into Shield. Deacon taking some damage here. I mean, it's not looking good for no spaceships, is it?
No, absolutely. They are just being out-traded here. The afterburner bonus is not doing too much when you're webbed, actually. So I don't think that they might be even able to have enough gas in the tank to kill that Omen Navy, unless somehow they will be able to snipe one of those Deacons down. Do you think, Starfleet, that maybe that was the play? Go for the Logi Wing first?
I think it was, but I just don't like I don't like how the Phantasms, but they will burn in, and they would know for sure that the other team, Armor Comp, will have some utility mids, will definitely have some webs as we see the Phantasm die because it gets webbed down. I feel like the play for no spaceships was definitely to kite and to try and pull away, you know, to just make use of their speed and their transversal and try and just mitigate as much damage as possible.
On one hand, yes, but as I said previously, those Phantasms, they are actually not that quick. I don't know if I really like him in a comp like that, because they do have decent if on paper the afterburner bonus looks nice, but you can see how they are falling short, because those armor cruisers, they were tanking comfortably. I think it's also the fact that so much of the damage on the on the no spaceships for old men team was EM thermal going into armor, when on the other side a lot of damage was actually EM thermal going into shield, which is the lowest resistance.
Good point. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of a play that they could have gone for here, because if, you know, can't go for the Astartes, if they can't kill the Organ Navy issues, they have no webs as well for the application. At least the Armor Comp has some utility, can lock things down and get the kills as the Phantasm goes into structure. Do you think this was always going to go this way?
It's really hard to say, because you know, many things can happen. People can play different matches. Even in practice, you not always get the same result. But the moment they hit the grid, I was favoring the armor comp for sure, just because I don't really like Phantasm, my man.
I mean, yeah, that's a good point. Phantasm.
Can you see also like the amount of rep bots that are right now chasing Brainstro in a Deacon? Shield bots are also a little bit less effective than the armor ones, so shield ships specifically have smaller drone base usually. So this is also extra tank added for those Deacons that are already mitigating a lot of damage. I think this is just a case of a better comp winning right now, because they couldn't have done play-wise much differently, I think.
Yeah, I think definitely speaking from experience, I would be much more comfortable in a Deacon than I would be in a Kirin. Deacons can, you know, with the bots, they can definitely tank really heavily as Fafuathi, the captain, goes into armor. Obviously, the loser of this isn't out of the tournament. They go into the losers bracket and will be playing Lazy Piglets, I believe, after this.
Yep, the final gatekeepers.
Which would be, honestly, Fafuathi's team, so no spaceship for old men against Lazy Piglets will be a fantastic match. Both very seasoned teams, but congratulations to Spooky Action at Distance for going through to the finals. Good fights are definitely in Loquat. I'm just trying to think. Bargus was on the table for this, as we were talking in Discord when the bans are going through. Obviously, Ham Rush as well. You know, there's a lot on the table to go for this. So I'm kind of surprised at this. You know.
I don't know. Like those Russian teams, they're always a wild card, my man. Like usually in AT, they develop their own meta, so it's always spooky for me to face old men playing tournaments for a long time.
I mean, we've definitely had many run-ins with Fafi's team, which on this, TQ would be Darkside of the Gorgon, and
so you fed an antenna to Fafi, so
I did, but. As you said, they are definitely an amazing team, and they do actually, you're right, make their own sort of meta, as Skykiller is going to go into structure. And I'm kind of hoping, I'm just trying to think, who do I want to win from the Lazy Piglets and no spaceships for Old Men? I'm not really too sure because they're both amazing teams, and I'd like everyone to win. But if you had to choose, Stance, could you choose?
I'm choosing Jason Osran because he's the best pilot.
One person. You're going to choose one person. As there's 58 seconds on the clock, just 2 Kierans left, guys. This will obviously be a clean-up here. But one thing I want to say is really good piloting from the Spooky Action at a distance team.
Both teams really. Yeah.
Obviously, with the Phantasms, they did the best they could. Obviously, this was definitely one in the draft in terms of what was picked. But that's one of those things. It's kind of, do you in the winners bracket, some teams will choose not to bring their strongest comps. Fair enough.
I think at this point you just have to bring your A game, right? Because this is a winners bracket final. After that, there's the grand final only. You really want to get in there. You don't really want to go of course, there is still a chance for No Spaceships for Old Men to reach the grand finals, but unless this is a play for skins, right? They take a longer route on purpose. This is all calculated. But
we've done that before, haven't we? As the game ends, congratulations to Spooky Action, and with that, we'll take it back to the studio.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way.
What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, maybe they
Just
get
sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Yeah.
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh no!
Guys, what the?
Hey,
You started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Goons, like you say, there's such a huge group in the game that they can easily just do their own internal practices if they wanted to. They can easily get 20 pallets, I'm sure.
No Spaceships for Old Men getting sent to the retirement home, or in this case, the losers bracket, as Spooky Action at a distance pulls out again another convincing win in this kind of an odd, not quite mirror match. Max Threat versus Max Threat. I made the joke in chat that it was like Quinto Dad, which I kind of like. Copyright CCP Jotun 2024. Don't steal my intellectual property. Thank you. Folks, once again, I am CCP Jotun back here at the desk with Jintan and Dujek One Eye. And wow, what an interesting setup that was. A convincing win, certainly, from Spooky Action at a distance, obviously. However, kind of an odd setup for this one. Let's talk for a second. Let's start with you, Jintan. I want to talk about the Ferox Navy issue. We have not seen a lot of Ferox Navies in this. In fact, we may have only ever seen like 1 or 2 total. But a strong Ferox Navy setup with 3 Phantasms and 2 Kierans for support. Yeah, a bit of a dad v dad fight. Thank you, Asurlite. Kind of a neighborhood brawl, as you were. 2 dads drunk fighting on the front yard. One of them has no shirt. The other one wishes he was back inside watching the game. That's how dads fight. Jintan, let's talk about the Ferox Navy. What about the Ferox Navy makes it fit well into this comp aside from just points? But what is the Ferox Navy good at doing in this setup?
Yeah, the reason you use the Ferox Navy is because it's the only real shield railgun option battlecruiser. You do, to a certain extent, I guess, have the T1 Ferox as its option, but that is garbage, and if you bring that in a tournament, it will die in seconds.
True.
The Ferox Navy, on the other hand, it's not quite as good as the Brutix Navy, it's not quite as good as the Harbinger Navy, but what it does have the advantage of is that it is not special pointed, and that means that No Spaceships for Old Men were able to bring an absolutely ludicrous amount of EHP and paper DPS to this match. The problem was that they just weren't able to apply any of it because the Navy Feroxes, they actually don't have any range bonus when compared to the Navy Astarte, when compared to the Astarte, which was putting out the majority of the damage from the Spooky Action team, and also the Omens. The only ship that didn't have a range bonus on the Spooky Action from a distance side is that Navy Augurer, which is basically just a big, basically just an upgraded Mauler. It's there to run up at someone, smack them in the face, serve as the brick wall of the composition there.
Before we go over to Dujek, I want to ask you a question real fast about the target selection. We saw the team from Spooky Action going in on one of those phantasms early, getting a quick kill. The phantasm's not especially tanky, but then No Spaceships for Old Men choosing to go for the Navy AUG first. Do you feel like that was the right move? Do you feel like they should have tried something that maybe was a little bit more with a little bit more give to it than that Navy AUG?
I understand why you go for that. The Navy AUG doesn't have the ability to get itself out of trouble as much. Its tanky bonuses are almost purely to its HP, so it's not like one of those resistance bonus ships where it's going to make those deacons more effective when you shoot it. But, as we saw in that match, it just didn't work out. They weren't able to run in and grab anything. I think that's what those phantasms were trying to do. If those are fit like our rush phantasms, they're going to have one web, one scram kind of on each of them, and that's going to allow you to potentially lock down one of those ships. However, I don't think they really calculated what was going to happen when they did that and had to deal with two Astartes blasting at them with Javelin from approximately docking range.
Yeah, the Astarte, certainly perhaps on a different tier than the Navy Ferox, at least in terms of how much it can take before it breaks. Dujek, let's talk for a second about this matchup as a whole in terms of just philosophy of composition. Right, both of these teams came into it saying we want to go max threat. That's as many cruisers and battle cruisers as we can fit within the comp limits that do just a lot of damage that you can spread out across a wide range of things. You can hit low, you can certainly hit high if you want to. A lot of long range projection in there as well. The shield version then versus the armor version, what is the thinking when you're planning this out? Obviously both of these teams had to make that decision. One went shield, one went armor. What was their thinking here?
The shield version is doing more damage. They do get to put damage mods in all but one of their low slots. I think the biggest philosophical difference in some ways comes down to the fact that the shield went all out on damage. They brought damaged drones, they had damage lows, they were just all out on damage. The armor just doesn't get to have the same amount. They have more application, they get tracking computers, they get webs, they get scrams, they get paints at times. And I think also one of the reasons we saw them swapping to on paper tankier target was because you get bogged down in shooting armor ships. Once all the rep drones have gotten onto the target you're shooting, that's like they're having a third Logi. And continuing to go down that path, that is the path of most resistance in that case. You're going to swap, hope that you're going to get a significant inroad into their EHP before the bots catch up.
Do you think, and I'll ask you this question, and this isn't, I don't know if I necessarily think that this is true. I'm kind of curious what your thoughts are. So many of these max threat setups are so good at just picking apart teams from the bottom up. That was not quite what we saw here. Obviously, neither one of these teams went for Logi first, and there wasn't a whole lot else in terms of tackle or other smaller support that they could have gone for. Do you feel like the target calling for both these teams was ideal for what they were trying to accomplish, or do you think, for example, that the No Spaceships team should have gone for something like one of the Omens instead of that Navy AUG?
Well, they did start out on the Omen. I don't think there was anything particular to fault with the target calling, given the range, given the lack of options of actually tackling and holding what they want to kill down, and factoring in the rep drones. I think that they shot one target, they didn't kill it. I didn't look at it carefully enough, other than the fact that it had rep drones. It might have gotten out of range to the point where you don't ever, unless you absolutely have to, want to reload into longer range, lower damage ammo, you're losing 5-10 seconds on the reload and the damage. You're just not going to kill something unless it was already in hull.
Gotcha. Let me ask you one more question, Dujek, before we move to the next match. Why, or rather, would this match have been at least more entertaining if both the Astartes and the Navy Ferrexes had been using blasters, and why is the answer yes?
It's because it reminds you more of home. That is what you would do if you get through a wormhole. I've seen people successfully do stuff with blasters, but I think that you need to have enough control on your side to like force them to come in, like damp them out, remove their range with disruptors, have officer webs on your flagship Vindicator.
Hell
hey,
yeah,
you say that, but Paper Numbers won with a Galante Blaster Rush in the grand finals of last Alliance tournament. That was the last match.
Oh,
with MWD Thalias, if I remember correctly.
Wasn't that because, like, you got to the point where the opposing side had like a 0 damage drone setup or something like that?
100% correct, but shush.
Yeah, I love the give and take of like escalation up, because you see both escalations, right? Either more and more and more disruption until one person has no damage and the other person takes damage and wins, or more and more medium guns until somebody says, haha, I brought a curse, you lose.
Well, you are, I think, right on the money. We're going to go ahead and move on to the first show match we have today. I think we have 5 total. No, 6 total. Sorry. Today, the very first one, an exciting matchup between Desync and Of Essence. Desync captained by my friend Gideon Zendikar, and Of Essence captained by my life partner and chief love interest, Chad Flame. Very exciting to see both these teams. Desync banning the Geta Navy, the Gila, the Maulus, and the Carries, and Of Essence banning the Sleipnir, the Gator, the Gila, and the Loki. Noted by one Jintan, no Orthrus bans. What a world that we live in now in 2024. No Orthrus bans. Again, this is not an elimination match. This is just a fun match. It's a show match. It's a first show. It's a show for you, the audience. This is fun. It's just gonna be fun. It's a fun, just out with the fellows in the yard. You know, throwing around that old whatever.
They're fighting for prizes.
What's the football equivalent in the
rock?
UK? Hell yeah, throwing the rock around. That's what I'm talking about. Just a bunch of fellas. Anyway, so yes, we are going down to the arena now. We have Desync versus Of Essence in the arena. We have Azure and Argent and Nuke Michael on the cast. We'll be back here in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome to the arena. I'm Nuke here with Azure, and we are going to be taking at a very interesting match here. Desync has brought a pretty classic Kite HML comp. Those Orthruses weren't banned, and we see them here. Azure, tell us about what Of Essence brought.
Well, Of Essence, they have a Leshak and an Aneros, and basically it's a classic armor control situation they're going for. We'll see if they're able to pull it out. Certainly, they're going to get kited pretty hard here.
Yeah, they will get kited pretty hard. Luckily, they do have 2 Heretics, and Ishkur is pretty good for trying to run out there and grab something. They haven't made a classic armor control mistake of not having any fast tackle and just getting kite to death, because that curse is on his own is not going to be enough to actually shut down the incoming damage.
And seeing a curse is actually unusual. The curse has been banned basically every match this tournament, so it's nice to finally see one on field. We'll see how many missile disruptors it brought, because it probably brought gun disruptors as well, which will be useless today.
It's a very strong ship. I would bet on it being a normal 2-2 split, but we will see. If he bet right and brought 4 guidance disruptors, then Of Essence is gonna be chilling here.
Oh yeah, certainly. With the Orthrus open, it's possible that they were expecting missiles. And we can see Desync is diving in, keeping their Logi in the back line, but they are coming in closer, and they're applying damage to that Oneros. And if that Oneros goes down, Essence is going to fall apart very quickly.
Yeah, that Oneros is just getting absolutely destroyed by that HML spam. That is rough. Those curse
And now goes a heretic, and it's going to go down quickly. Yeah, there are some Logibots out, but like they're not going to do enough against this many HMLs.
No, they're not. Desync now just needs to clear off this fast tackle, and that Leshak cannot touch them. The Orthus of Blow Me is tanking fine here. The Leshak has not got enough time to spool on him, and in fact, he's running out and probably going to snap that spool pretty soon.
Yeah, they're going for the curse now. Heretic of Chat Flame is getting a little close to the Logi, but he's turned around. I'm not sure exactly what he's trying to tackle, but he is sort of in a position to try and tackle something. And they need to hold something down for this Leshak to try and spool it. They have a very tough road to get to a win at this point, but they need to hold something, let the Leshak kill it.
Leshak isn't spooling on anything, right? Actually, no, he just started spooling on a Cyclone Fleet issue, so that's going to take some time to die here.
The question is that tackled?
His curse seems to be running and slowing down some of the incoming damage, but he is just going down.
And you have Ishkar.
He's not going to survive.
The Ishkar's on Gideon, so they are shooting a tackled target, and you see the bursts coming in to try and to save him. Now those bursts are sort of separated. The second one's now coming in. And bursts, they're Tech 1, but the Tech 1 Logifrigs do almost as much rep power as the Tech 2s. They just don't have the tank.
Yeah, and in this case, you don't need the tank because the Leshak cannot afford to waste his time shooting at bursts that he will struggle to track and wasting the spool time on those.
Yeah, I almost think that those heretics and that Magus, when they're still alive, maybe could have taken care of the Logi frigates, and then.
Well, at least if they put their drones on one, then they can force the other one Logi to be repping the other burst, and so then their main primary from the Leshak only gets one burst's worth of reps.
Yep.
As you can see, even with the two bursts there, this Cyclone Fleet is slowly dying. It's just not going to be fast enough, and it's just going to end up being a Leshak left against 6 people.
And with Edward going down, he's actually now untackled, and it looks like they're going to kill Chad Flame fairly quickly. So the Leshak's going to have to solo 6 of 7, and I don't think that's not going to happen.
It's not in the cards. He's already also, since he's already pretty low armor and dropping fast. This is a very, very clinical fight from Desync. Flew this very well. Knew that they don't have super amazing damage with HML, so just pop the Logi and then you can kill whatever you want. You don't want to be trying to kill stuff under Logi. And then they just did a really good job. Only got one ship tackled, and it was, at the time it got tackled, it didn't even matter anymore. The match was pretty much over.
We are seeing a GF in local. I think Essence has realized that this is not for them today.
I think they probably realized it a little bit earlier, but you don't want to feel bad and give an super early GF. As this Leshak finally goes down, and well, at least Essence, at least they got a kill. They didn't go out with nothing. They got that Cyclone Fleet issue, so that's a nice little bonus.
Well, congratulations to Desync on their win, and consolation of Essence. It was a good show match, though. It was nice to see them getting a chance to fly again.
Absolutely love to see teams get.
Grow up, I want to fly spaceships and go pew pew pew.
At Serpentis Laboratory 11783, our specialists work tirelessly to produce the highest grade snake implants for New Eden's fastest Capsuleus. We proudly represent Exodus because sometimes 5-speed mods just isn't enough.
No, I'm scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Killer rats! What are you doing? They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill him!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw!
Relax!
Claw.
Relax!
I'm gonna die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
It's dead. Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then they just got all angry, dude. What the bullshit.
Because someone said our previous ad was annoying, we've simplified things. Pew pew, zoom zoom, meow, pew pew pew. NPSI.rocks, the home of PvP on demand. Because someone said our previous ad was annoying, we've simplified things. Pew pew, zoom zoom, meow, pew pew pew. NPSI.rocks, the home of PvP on demand.
Welcome back to the desk, folks. Once again, I'm CCP Jotun here alongside Jinton and Dujek One Eye, where Desync with a strong win over Of Essence with their Fleet Cyclone Rush, or rather their Fleet Cyclone. It's kind of a max threat.
The opposite of Rush.
Yeah, it's sort of a not rush. In fact, you might even say it's not a rush at all. Just that one slipped out. Don't know what happened there. Wild stuff. Versus Of Essence's kind of control setup. Not quite getting controlled in this case. Let's talk briefly about this match. I want to talk about a couple other things real quick, and then we'll go on to our next show match, which is another exciting setup between these next two teams. So let's talk for a moment about this Desync comp, the Fleet Cyclones, the two Orthruses. Again, Orthrus not getting banned, which was kind of an odd choice from either team, but again, it happens with the two bursts versus this again, a very similar Leshak Oneros kind of setup that we saw in the last match, with a lot of differentiation on the low end. Dujek, let's talk about this Leshak comp. What didn't work here? Because it clearly not quite being able to hold up to this aggression from Desync.
I think Of Essence and Burn My Prop, would have loved to swap Leshak comps, because Burn My Prop thought they were going to get kited, brought a Lachesis, got rushed, and Of Essence thought they were going to brawl it out, brought a curse, and got kited. Like, I find that maybe they should have suspected the Orthrus being open would lead to an Orthrus being taken, because that's a really rough matchup for them in that case. But I would say, like, that's one of the big things. I don't hate having a Leshak against Kite if I have the right support on my side, but that involves not trying to rush a bunch of destroyers into rapid light missiles, which never ends well.
You are correct. It certainly did not end well here. Jinton, before we move on to our next talking point, very quickly, obviously this Desync team did a lot of things really well, clearly. Played that one about as well as they could have played it. Unfortunately for Gideon Zendikar, the only loss of the match was their team captain. I'm sure he'll receive no shortage of shit for that. I want to ask you kind of a more meta-themed question. Is there an advantage to having somebody on your team named Blow Me One Kenobi? And does that affect the psychological state of the opponent at all? When you see, we've talked a lot in the past about the advantage that Chad Hammercock gives to his teams that he plays with, and many other names, many such names like that. Do you feel like this one, again, I do want to say this one more time for the folks at home who may not have heard it the first time. Blow Me One Kenobi. What kind of advantage does that offer the team from Desync?
Yeah, well, you see, when you're trying to call someone as primary and you end up laughing halfway through saying their name, that's an incredibly good defensive maneuver. We call that, the humor defense, or, the clown's invulnerability field. It works incredibly effectively.
Wow, that's deep insight. Thank you so much for that, Jinton. I really do appreciate it.
Other names that work in that way are calling yourself the next target is the tertiary or something like that, which
secondary is primary as someone who I've fought a few times, and let me tell you, like half your fleet falls for it every goddamn time.
Primary is secondary is primary is very good. It's a little bit of BM, just good stuff. Just like to see it. Folks, before we move on to the next match, I do want to do a little bit of plugging here real quick at this venture. Tomorrow is John Bellicose Day. In fact, it is the 10th annual John Bellicose Day, hosted by the Brave, or rather hosted by Brave, that is at their staging of K7D. That is a Sino Vigil. Dujek, obviously you're a longtime Brave homie. Why don't you just take a minute or so, tell the folks what John Bellicose Day is all about.
John Bellicose Day is a part of our continuous ongoing campaign with broadcasts for reps. John Bellicose took his own life, and he was an important member of Brave, and we have since had John Bellicose Day every year. It's particularly a focus on mental health and suicide prevention, and we welcome everyone in the universe to bring a Sino ship there or buy them there. We will stock Freeport with cheap Sinos for people to use. And,
awesome.
This is a game where there has been a particular focus on mental health, and we wish to continue that.
Well, I really appreciate you guys hosting this every single year. I will certainly be there tomorrow as well. Not as Mark Resurrectus, actually, as CCP Jotun. First time they are letting me leave the house, which is nice. But looking forward to seeing everybody there. If you can, please come to K7D. That's Brave staging. Light a Sino for somebody who you care about. It'll be very, very cool to see everybody out there. I went last year as well. It was very cool. I'm looking forward to it again. Thank you so much, Brave Alliance. I salute you like this. All right, let's go to our next show match. We have only need 2 comps versus Magnet Shining Geschoits 418. Sorry, Magnet Shining Geschoits 418. And the only need 2 comps banning the Curse, the Carries, and the Blackbird, while Magnet Shining Geschoits banning the Gila, the Orthrus, and the Scimitar. That Curse ban back in action, and of course the Orthrus ban also back in action. Jinton, let's talk about just in general when you're looking at comps, when you look at comps for show fights, and we talked about this a little bit yesterday as well. You know, there's something to be said about doing. You know, obviously these fights are for prizes. I mean, you can win skins this way. There's money to be made if you play these matches well and you win. However, is the joy of doing something very strange not its own reward, Jinton?
Oh, it absolutely is. There was a kind of heated debate within my own team as to whether we should do something based around the Nightmare, because that's kind of a signature ship for a lot of the guys in my alliance. However, we ended up just going for a comfort pick. You know, there are prizes on the line. For some people in EVE Online, a few billion ISK does actually make a difference to your overall net worth. And, you know, we wanted to win the fight for them. So I guess it depends on who your members are. You know, do you have people who have only just started the tournament circuit, might want to get, you know, 5 to 10 bill to throw away in a roaming ship here and there? Or are you here just to make a name for yourself? Are you here to do something fun, here to put something on the map that maybe a team in another tournament, you know, a year, 2 years down the line has to worry about, being like, oh, wait a second, these guys brought out a Tinker Cob back in 86 show match 2, you know? And that's the kind of level that people do go to when they're researching for these games. So
you are
there is benefit to be gained.
You are absolutely right. It's always so much fun too. That's one of the reasons why I really like these show matches specifically. Aside from the fact that it gives us just more matches to watch, which is always really cool, it offers teams the freedom to compete without a lot of the pressure, right? There's no elimination at this point. You're just in it for the fun, which is very, very cool. We have just a couple minutes left before we get going. Folks, we are actually getting very close now to our finals match. We have 2 more matches after this. Before we get into the finals bracket, we have the losers semifinal match, and then 1 more show match, a break, and then we're into the finals, folks. Before we go any further, I want to say this whole production is not possible without a ton of support from both our friends who are working as chat moderators, to people who are casting, to people who are working as referees, to the event organizers. Everyone who is involved has spent so much time and effort over the last couple weeks. It's not just the smiling faces on the TV. There are a lot of unknown and unappreciated people in this production who do not get, I think, the recognition they deserve. So to that end, I want to see emotes in the chat, the best emotes that you can get in terms of appreciation for everyone who has worked to put this thing together. This is not just something that happens magically. As much as we all would like to do, you just press a button and suddenly there's a tournament the next day. It doesn't quite work out that way. We like these tournaments. We want to continue to do these tournaments, and honestly, it would not be possible without your support as well. So give yourselves a hand. Thank you so much, Twitch chat. Oh, you guys are lovely. Look at all you guys. Oh, can you show us a final of the overview of the finals teams? We'll get that up here shortly as soon as we know who the finals teams are going to be. It is going to be some combination of spooky action at a distance, no spaceships for old men, and lazy piglets. Twitch chat, seriously, thank you so much. This is an absolute joy to work with this. I was sitting in a bar a year and a half ago at the summit for the CSM, talking to CCP Overload about how much I wanted to work the tournaments one day, but wasn't sure it was something that we could actually make happen. And he said, give it a shot. It was the worst that could happen. And here we are. And I love this shit so much. It's so cool. This is the kind of thing that makes EVE, I think, more real than a lot of other games. This is our thing. This is our, not to say it's our Super Bowl. It's like our World Cup. I don't know what's more relevant to you Europeans. Take my word. It's our
biggest tournament. We have more points, more games, more casters.
It's listen, I don't know about all. It's a big tournament. Certainly, it's a big tournament. But seriously, from the bottom of my heart, and I'm sure everybody here as well, thank you so much, and thank you to everybody who's worked tirelessly on this thing over the last couple of weeks. It would not have happened without you. And seriously, guys, this is a big deal. That being said, we got 30 seconds left. We have only need 2 comps versus Magnet, Shining Geschoits, Jintan, and Dujek One Eye. Yeah, as Dirk points out in our staff channel, it's really nice that you guys are coming out to support these smaller tournaments. It's so much fun to have have folks really show up for the little guy. These underdog tournaments really need all your support if they want to keep going. So that really means a lot, I'm sure. Magnet, Shining Geschoits, only need 2 comps. Jintan, let's get a prediction. Who you got?
I'm going to go for only need 2 comps. They're kind of just the team that's had the more wins so far in this tournament, so kind of an easy pick for me.
And Dujek, what do you got, my friend?
I'm going to go for only need 2 comps. 50% better than only need 3 comps.
Well, there you go. And I'm going to go for, I just want everybody to have a good time. That's what I'm here for. We have one more. Thank you so much to Jintan and to Dujek. We'll have new casters when we come back. We're going down to the arena. We have Azure and Argent and Nuke Michael for this match between only need 2 comps and Magnet, Shining Geschoits 418. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to the arena. I am here with Azure, and we have a very interesting match in front of us. Only need 2 comps has brought something I love. They have done a double bar guest. We see it back again. They have T1 Logi for their support, and a Maulus and a Hyena. Azure, tell us about the other team.
Well, the German Railgun team has decided to bring autocannons, and they are going to have to rush because they have warped in at 0, whereas only need comps is at 50, so they're going to have to cover 50 kilometers and then try and get on top of probably a Barghest and kill it. Meanwhile, for Logi, they've brought an Osprey, and that Osprey is going to have a rough time. Fortunately, they have a line warp for him, so he's as far from those Barghests as he can possibly be, so they'll have trouble clipping him immediately.
Absolutely. The one thing I want to point out is because they have brought him in at 50, if they rush in and that Maulus smacks all his lamps on the Osprey, then they've run out of their Logi range.
True. Logi will have trouble applying and also being out of range for those Barghests. However, they also did bring a pair of Manticores, which are going to do good damage against the Barghest, assuming they can get over there and apply.
There's absolutely a good amount of damage on the Barghest. They just also have to stay out of that range because that double Barghest RHML is just a massive sphere of no.
And unsurprisingly, Osprey is being targeted and is already in low shield.
Absolutely, that Osprey is just going to get melted here. With these being armor Barghests, I'd bet on them having at least a missile guidance computer in the mids, enhancing that range quite a bit because they have so many mids to work with, so much utility you can pack in there on these armor Barghests.
Now it's interesting, Lu Meihan has separated from the rest of his fleet. I don't know if that's he's trying to be a distraction or what, but he is sort of held up while the rest of his fleet is flying clockwise around the top of the arena. Although the Logi appears to have turned back for him.
That feels like it might have been a mistake, but the Barghests are removing all of this low end with the 2 Manticores. That's a lot of damage gone, but it is still 2 Sleipnirs and 2 Broadswords, versus if this Barghest dies, it's just 1 Barghest, and you're going to start feeling the pain of running out of your clip damage while trying to burn through something.
And unlike with a lot of armor comps, there's not a lot of Logibots out helping this Barghest stay up, so he's entering structure now, and he's probably going to go down, because it's an autocannon rush. If you don't lose something, then, you've gotten very lucky.
Absolutely. Looks like they're going
Lu Meihan down.
Broadsword here, which I believe is the right choice when we've looked at this before. The Sleipnirs just have too good of local tank, so going through these Broadswords is the right call.
Yeah. The Sleipnirs they're going to have that local ASB. They're going to have really good resists. The other problem is that Amber in the Barghest probably has clipped. He's probably in reload at this point. So they're not actually applying much damage at the moment. But there's no Logi to help Hafi get back up his shields, so as soon as the Amber finishes reload, he'll just be able to go right back onto that Broadsword and probably finish him off.
Thing is, if the only new comps plays this right, nothing should get caught here.
Oh, and Hafi is MJD'd over to Amber.
That's what they need to try to do. But the one issue going to run into is that there's long webs on the Hyena and long scram on the Barghest. That is going to make running something down a bit harder. The other Broadsword has also MJD'd, and it looks like they're immediately just going to go for Amber here.
Yeah,
let's make sure if they lose another Broadsword, it might be sketchy if they can actually break the Barghest under reps. We'll have to see.
Well, they need to get those Sleipnirs over there to apply damage. If they can get the second Barghest down, then that's the match. There's no DPS left after this Barghest dies. But they need to get it down, and they need to get it down quick.
The issue they have is one of their Navitoses of Flan is so far away, and he's not moving very quickly. Has he burned his prop? He's been moving at only unpropped speed this whole time while the other Navitas is MJDing around.
I don't know, but the problem is, so Safa and the Sleipnir is just way too far away. There's no way he's applying any damage from out there. And now they've got Amber into low armor, though.
This Navitas is still just slow burning over there.
This Barghest is going to go down.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's entering structure.
That's going to be all the damage gone for only need 2 comps.
The Maulus might have some bots, but not enough to kill a Sleipnir.
No, absolutely not. If Amber dies here, then it's just clean up for German Railgun team. There it goes.
Yep, there we go. So now they got to, they have autocannons. They have to chase all these small ships down, but there's no risk of anyone dying at this point unless they boundary.
Yeah, absolutely. Only need 2 comps can kind of stretch this out almost as long as they want. Like things like the Stork or Hyena and Maulus really should never become into AC range at this point. They can just run away forever.
Anything chasing the Hyena just webs it away, so it can run forever. But it looks like, let's keep an eye on unnamed Frozen Hearth. He looks like he's going for a boundary.
Yeah, maybe he's going to go for the MJD for glory. And that's what I do at this point. You're in a show match.
He's got a good angle.
You've lost. Just go for something.
Oh, fun. He turned around.
Aw, sad.
He had a good angle to make a play for the boundary.
The Navitas of Iridian has just kind of been hanging out there with the Sleipnirs, and he's going to die now as well. But looks like everyone else has run the hell away from the Sleipnir Broadsword Core. They're not really going to be fast enough to catch anything, so I guess we just watch them play keep away for a little bit here.
And Rebel is MJDing.
Oh.
Let's keep an eye on the range.
That's good, that's good. Oh, they might have hit it Too late. They might. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good. That's a
220, 221. Yeah.
221 for Rebel. That's a nice MJD distance.
Anything over 200 is pretty good.
Yeah. What's the? I think furthest you can get is like 225 or something, right?
The record is 232 and a half.
232 and a half. Okay.
Ask me how I know.
Was it you?
It was me.
Well done.
Well,
looks like
not so well done. I was the last ship left, and there was nothing else to do, so I just killed myself.
Well, you see, you got to do what you got to do here.
Yeah.
Let's see
so
if either Unnamed or Frank the Tank are going to make the same play for glory, but it doesn't look like they are.
Well, as we noted, like they can just run around for as long as they want. There's not really anything they can do to damage the broadsword or the Sleipnirs that are left, but they can make this match take all 7 minutes.
Well, they can switch it out for another minute. Well, the hyena is dying. I'm not sure how, honestly, unless he's chosen to go too close and die on purpose. We have another boundary from Unnamed. It looks like he didn't MJD. He just burned out.
Burned straight out. And there goes the last ship. And so
that was an exciting into the match that I'm sure the desk will have a great time discussing the many things about boundaries, because that's really the only fun thing to talk about here.
Tired of being slow? Are you tired of losing the competition? Order your Quave Turbo today. Lab tested. Velocity increase of over 5,000% guaranteed. Propulsion so hot you will explode. Used by all members of Exodus. Call now.
Goons, like you say, there's such a huge group in the game that they can easily just do their own internal practices if they wanted to. They can easily get 20 pallets, I'm sure.
Magnet Shining Detroit's pulling out a powerful win over the dual Bargus comp of only needs 2 comps. Folks, welcome back to the desk. I am CCP Jotun here alongside Hode Cosmere and Zeroak Uul. Gentlemen, thank you so much for being here. I'm glad to have you at the desk. An exciting time to be at the desk, in fact, because we have 2 matches left before we have a quick break and then the finals of this tournament. Gentlemen, first of all, let's talk very briefly about this only needs 2 comps setup, the dual Bargus specifically. We've seen this before, how these dual Bargus comps can suffer. We've talked a lot about how 2 rapid light or rapid heavy ships in general can suffer without that third one. We saw Rusty Hyenas do this exact same thing a couple matches back. Hoed, what is it about the dual rapid heavy setup that does not quite work out as well as the triple rapid heavy setup?
I mean, I think in the end you just have way less DPS, don't you?
Yeah, that certainly is. Yeah, that's true. That's real. You know what? That's true. It's right, and it's also true. So that's, yeah, you're right. That's true. And then Zeroak, this Magnet Shining Detroit's team, with the dual Sleipnirs able to easily get on top of those Bargus. Was there a play here that stuck out to you as being something that you know, really stood out as the moment where things turned around for them?
Well, obviously what they did was intentionally back one of the Barghests into a corner so that when they killed it, they were right on top of an MJD. And, you know, that is the key to victory when the other Barghest is about 80 kilometers the other direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you both are absolutely right, and there's really not too much else to say about that one. Congratulations to Magnet Shining Detroit for winning those skins. Very exciting to get a win. So we move on. Deep thoughts from CCP Jotun. Always on this commentary desk, I provide top level insight. Moving right along, we have the finals of the losers bracket. This is a semifinals match in the tournament. We have Lazy Piglets versus No Spaceships for Old Men. One of these 2 teams will advance to see spooky action at a distance in the winners bracket. Lazy Piglets, No Spaceships for Old Men. Let's talk for a second, Hoed, about this Lazy Piglets team. Again, fighting tooth and nail to get through the losers bracket. Coming up now in the finals with a convincing string of victories behind them. We see the Lazy Piglets banning the Gila, the Orthrus, the Kizriel, and the Vargur, and No Spaceships banning the Cinnaball, the Jackdaw, the Orthrus, and the Barghest. Do you feel like Lazy Piglets is going to stay with the tried and true kind of kite strategy that they've used before? Or do you think they switch it up here?
Well, with the Jackdaw, Barghest, Orthrus down, also on the other side, Gila down, that's a lot of your standard kite options just dead. I don't think a lot of people realize, but that Jackdaw is actually really prevalent in a lot of these kiting comps, especially when you're doing Missile Shield Kite. That is basically, I would say, the strongest T3D or strongest low-end ship you could throw in there. You can send it on pretty much any of their smaller support. If they have E-War frigates, off they go. Goodbye, nice knowing you.
Yeah. Zeroak, no, go ahead, Hose, please.
I was going to say, I think they can still pull off a kite. I don't know if they can do a really good shield kite. I wouldn't be super comfortable doing a kite, especially with the doctrines that we've seen so far in this tournament. I don't think these bans leave a lot of those more traditional kite options open.
I think you are, you've got it nailed on that one. Zeroak, looking at this, a couple things that stand out. No curse ban, certainly, and also no rapier or Hugin ban. And Lazy Piglets has been able to use that, the Hugin specifically, to great effectiveness in the past. Do you feel like this is maybe bait from No Spaceships for Old Men, leaving that Hugin open to try and bait out that Lazy Piglets comp?
Well, I think from what we've seen so far, you know, Lazy Piglets, they've got a deep bank of comps, right? They can field whatever they feel like. Even if you try banning out one of their comps, they can just bring a variation. I think it's more like, you know, what else are you going to ban, right? Maybe they're just trying to bait out an armor comp for some reason, because both have, you know, kind of favored the shield, but I think, you know, up until now, you know, Lazy Piglets have shown more variation. So it'd be interesting to see whether, you know, an armor versus armor setup is going to come out of this, and if so, you know, will the curse feature on both sides? It is funny, and I want to ask just, well, I guess we don't even need to ask.
You got to think there's just so much pressure at this point, getting now to the finals of the losers bracket, knowing that this is, especially for the team in Lazy Piglets who's been in this losers bracket this entire time, now having to basically has had an unbroken string of victories since their very first match, getting up here now in the opportunity to get back up into the winners bracket to face up against Spooky Action at a distance. You don't want to trip at the finish line, I guess is what it boils down to. You really want to try and nail this one down. So we got about 30 seconds left. Hoed, let's talk. Let's get some predictions. Lazy Piglets, no spaceships for old men. Who do you got?
Based off just what I've been watching so far, I would say Lazy Piglets probably is the favored one here, but not a lot, and I don't think not enough that I would be surprised to see the other team win.
I think I think a lot of people would agree with you. Or Xerox, same question for you. Lazy Piglets and no spaceships for old men. Who you got?
I think Lazy Piglets have the form, and they did drop the ball once. I think though, old spaceships for old men are going to bring perhaps a better comp this time, and they might eke it out. So I think I'm going to go with them this time.
Man, tough. I'm going to go Lazy Piglets myself, just because I'm easily predictable. But it could go either way, folks. That's what makes it so exciting. We have down in the arena, we have Kevin Grumman, Benjamin Rushing. We have Lazy Piglets, no spaceships for old men in the losers bracket finals. We'll be back up here at the desk to break this one down in just a couple of minutes.
Excellent. Welcome everyone down to the arena, and we have seen that curse being unbanned already in play. The blue team has the Redeemer, Guardian, Curse, carries Pontifex, Omen, and Succubus. They're really relying on that top-end DPS of the Redeemer to hopefully pull out this match.
Yeah, on the red side we got like Balgorn, Prophecy, a double VNI, Deacon, a double Deacon actually, and a Vexor. So Armor, a fight that we'll get there, and they just chose like the same warping, so they're just gonna be like quite close. We'll see if they'll be able to get their play as they initially intended.
Absolutely, and on the red team we see lots of those drone boats, and we're going to see the face-off between Double Deacon versus Guardian. Lots of them are ships out on the field today, and we'll see how that works out for each team.
Indeed. So and it's a go. So the Omen is going directly down to get like just under the other team there, and the Navy, the first VNI is getting targeted. Damage is not going through. So those Double Deacon are doing their jobs there.
Absolutely, and we see those drones are starting to get close to the blue side. We'll see if they're able to break through that Guardian's wrap. So it looks like they're going to start out on the Redeemer, maybe.
Yeah, like some web that I've been tried to been applied, but they got out of range. Now, like we got like a few E-War that are going on the Lazy Piglet side right now. But still, 7 against 7 still. And AV Armor comp, we won't see high speed here.
Absolutely. It looks like those drones are hanging back still. They're not going forward into the enemy composition. It looks like they might be just trying to defang a little bit here while they have the chance. But hey, that's going to be a tall order against these ships, especially with how little time that they have.
Yes, indeed. And we also really got like this VNI that is getting some of its shield back up. It seems that there's not much attacking on one side or another right now.
Indeed, not high DPS comps tonight, but we are seeing the drones are starting to break in. They're trying to close that range, and it looks like they might be pulling back again now.
Yeah, like the control line of both teams are like really high, and the attack is like quite small. Will they be able to down something? Well, one of the Vexor is now getting some damage on his armor, so we might see something here.
Indeed, it seems to be holding all right, but it looks like the Guardian's starting to take hits here now.
Yeah, but as long as we're not in armor, we won't see what it's made of.
Indeed, and that's about to change as it dips hard heard those drones finally catching up to the Guardian. They get some control on it, trying to slow it down, trying to get some application on it, but it is holding with no problem right now.
And one of the VNI got all the control on it right now. Oh, that's gonna be hard on the Logi.
Absolutely. Same cannot be said on the red side as the VNI. He starts to dip. It's still holding though. I don't know if that Logi is heating yet or if it's just being very strong still.
Yeah, everything holds up still. 7 against 7 on like a heavy armor fight on both sides.
Indeed, they're really flexing those high resist profiles, the excellent reps from each side using T2 Logi ships as the Omen gets smacked down, but it's still holding just fine. There's not a lot of DPS on either side still.
No, one of the VNI is getting some damage on the armor, but not that much. Although, like, he got a lot of control on him, so we're speaking about a few webs and like Newt, Scram. Well,
yep, that armor Succubus is holding him down with no problems right now. AB hit that bonus to AB is going to give him a lot of sig tank potential, but he's taking hits here and dipping down into getting towards half armor now.
Yeah, the Succubus is getting a little bit of attention. We'll see if he'll live through it. But the VNI is getting low armor right now, like below the 15% threshold, and bleeding into a structure as the Succubus is getting healed up.
Absolutely. It looks like, hey, looking over at the control side, that the Deacons are getting neuted pretty hard by that Redeemer. That's going to reduce the amount of EHP they can put out, and they probably just popped their cap booster to get those last few reps in on that VNI, but it will not be enough, not under those Newt pressures.
No, and like we'll see the control bar go down a little as the first VNI will be going down any second now.
Absolutely, and with that VNI broken, and it's going to be all the more difficult for the red side to break through any of these ships, especially with those Guardian reps still on the field. The cap boosters are still cycling, they're still getting some reps on the VNI. It's still alive.
This double Deacon are keeping this VNI alive.
Yep, he's not stable at all, but hey, he's alive still, despite everything.
Yeah, quite impressive, actually.
Indeed.
Go Deacon.
Even with that VNI, they're still not breaking anything. The Succubus is taking hits, the Omen is taking hits, but it's not enough.
No. Oh, and we go. Here we go. First VNI down. We'll see how that's gonna change for this match. So no spaceship for men got 18 points in advance. Like in this match right now. Oh, the Pontifex is getting some armor damage right now. The Succubus is now fully healed.
Yep, and the Pontifex is having no issues holding under those Guardian reps. Very, very strong still.
Yeah. T2 Logi for the win. Well, actually, the Deacon were like really good with holding up this VNI that long. And now it's the Redeemer that is getting his shield down. We'll see what's gonna happen with that.
Indeed, it looks like the Guardian is once again taking some hits. It looks like is that the Succubus over here? Indeed, the Succubus is the Carries is caught up to the Guardian, and the Succubus is coming in behind to help out, to try to hit those webs and scrams onto the Guardian. Try to slow it down, get the application that they need. T2 cruisers, the T2 Logi cruisers in particular, have an absolutely tiny sig radius. They're incredibly difficult to apply down weapons onto.
Yes, indeed.
They're practically frigates. They have like 30 sig radius base. It's insane. But it seems to be holding all right. But the Redeemer is dipping pretty hard here. I think we will go to overtime here in a moment, and that'll increase the overheat damage on everything. All the overheat will do their job better, and we'll see if that's able to break things down a bit quicker as the VNI starts to dip.
Yeah, we'll see how many people will burn their guns or prop here. So we're nursing a few seconds left before we go into overtime. And the Vexor is actually getting some armor damage that might be significant to get this like this 20 point of space that they need to actually win the game. So it's really close. We only need 20 points of difference between the two teams to have a winner here. So anything that goes down might be the final ship at any moment now. The Vexor is getting a lot of attention right now, but still like above the 70% mark of armor, so nothing too dangerous. But the Guardian is starting to melt as we see its shield getting close to the 50%. Will they be able to kill the Guardian and get back into the match?
Yeah, there's not much time left. They've only got a few minutes of overtime, but the Guardian is dipping. It is slowly being ground down into armor.
Yeah, that's not the kind of match that we see often. Like a really heavy armor match right now. It's not fast, but it's like tanky as hell.
Indeed, they're really flexing those excellent resist profiles on the Mars ships. They're flexing how strong they really are when it comes to these armor compositions.
And they seem to be maybe they went on the Curse a bit, but they came back on the Guardian. Oh, they're doing both at the same time. Okay.
Yep, it looks like that big old drone ball is still on the Guardian, still slowly breaking it down. Oh, it is not holding. It is slowly being chipped.
And the Guardian is now in low armor with 11% left. Will they be able to get the Guardian down? We only got like 1 minute left. If they succeed, they might get back into the match with this Guardian that will be like 33 points, which will actually make them above the 18 points that the other team got.
Indeed, it looks like the drone ball has moved off of the Guardian, though. Oh, the Guardian, I think, might have slipped out of the tackle range on a lot of stuff, and that'll let it be able to save tank a lot better, as it looks like the drones are going after the Omen now.
Yeah, like he's getting its armor back, this Guardian now, and the Omen, well, not only 20 seconds left.
Even if they do
will no spaceship Omen actually get this one?
Even if they do bring the Omen, that's not enough points. Even if they do bring down the Omen, that's not enough points for them. They're with those 5 seconds left, that's not enough.
No, they actually needed to get the Guardian down to win, and here we go. No spaceship for Old Man actually won with 18 points, which makes them the winner of the loser brackets that will get against the spooky action at distance for the first match of the final. And with that, we're going, well, either to commercial or desk.
One of the best matches of the tournament so far, bar none. Lazy Piglets versus No Spaceships for Old Men. Lazy Piglets getting eliminated with just a sliver of hope left in that Guardian of Mr. Keps, holding on by a prayer. The Guardian keeping No Spaceships for Old Men alive in the tournament. They will return back to the winners bracket to face Spooky Action at a distance in the finals. Gentlemen, folks, I am CCP Jotun here again with Hood Cosmere and Zeroak Ull. Wow, what a match. Hood, let's start. We have a lot to talk about. We don't have a lot of time to talk. Let's talk for a moment about the Vexor Navy play of Jason Osren from Lazy Piglets. Hero of Piglets, almost just barely holding down the Guardian, but not quite long enough. What happened in that play at the bottom of the arena?
Well, beyond the obvious of him getting tackled, which is clearly the hero play here, Staff Chat was going wild with that. Unfortunately, it's the last VNI and their only source of tackle, really, at that point. There was just too much stuff on him for him to hold that tackle on that Guardian. He probably got it nuded out almost immediately. Scrams and webs, and I couldn't see personally, but I know from experience that if your Guardian gets tackled like that, and you still have small ships, sending them in to bump off whatever has them scrammed is a valid play. So it's not a real surprise that he wasn't able to hold that Guardian down for long, but it was so close.
Zeroak, there was also a very cool, a very gangster play, the kids might say, made by the Pontifex of Main Lee from No Spacious for Old Men, doing a bit of a cheeky drive-by at the very end there to hold down Jason Osren in that VNI as the Guardian made its speedy escape. What happened there, and what caused the Guardian to be able to finally pull off and get away from the rest of the that drone aggression from Lazy Piglets?
Well, I think when overtime kicks in, right, you get your overheat bonus, and you're going to be going a bit faster. And I think that's where Lazy Piglets kind of realized at the end, we're not going to break this Guardian. It looked like they were going to, you know, it was almost in hull, but the drones were just not quite applying at the end. But they had the whole match to kill that Guardian, right? They knew when they saw the comp, you know, they can't go for Curse, they can't go for anything really until Guardian's gone. They had to go for the Guardian. It took them ages to maneuver and back the blue team into the corner so that they could try to get that drone ball onto the Guardian, because of course with the Curse on field they couldn't really shoot anything. The Balgorn didn't have any guns. The Balgorn was stuck, tackled by the Omen the entire match, so it was only really one path to victory for Lazy Piglets. That was either one path was to kill the Guardian, but they also had the option of not losing anything, which was, you know, the second thing they tried to do, but they didn't succeed. The Curse play, where the Curse moves in to nuke off the Deacon Logi so that the VNI goes down eventually, that I think for me was the turning point, because Sky Killer Russian comes in with the Curse, taking all the risk really, because, you know, kind of at that point out of range of the Guardian for reps, but took that chance, neutered off the Logi. It didn't result in the VNI dying straight away, but it put just enough pressure on everything. And just, you know, there was a few plays like that where, you know, you didn't know where to look. It was such an incredible counterplay and everything that was going on. I think you'd have to watch it 3 or 4 times to work out exactly how, you know, that all played out. But initially, you know, it looked like Lazy Piglets were just going to manage to use patience enough, patience trained to 6 and you know, elite patience trained to 9 and just get there. But no, they were faced with a team with just as much patience and a team that was prepared to just kill one ship and run away for the rest of the match.
Well, and Hoed, I believe it was you who had mentioned it too in our staff channel about how the longer duration of the match really benefited the No Spaceships for Old Men team, because despite the fact that Lazy Piglets had the Balgorn on their side, that No Spaceships team had more newts, so they could keep newting things off, and they could keep putting pressure on the Vexors, they could keep putting pressure on those Deacons. Do you think that was the winning play in terms of comp setup for that No Spaceships for Old Men team?
I think honestly the winning play here in terms of the comps is that you're running a proper armor control against another proper armor control, except the drones, they needed the opportunity to actually get in and do their damage. Meanwhile, the E-War is going to be able to just do whatever it wants, whenever it wants, at pretty much any range. So I think it's just, there wasn't the opportunity there for the drones to move in and make their play.
Well, certainly was not, man, an incredible match. Lazy Piglets eliminated from the tournament. Here in the final, we talked just before this about tripping at the goal line. I wouldn't say necessarily that they tripped. Both of those teams played that match incredibly well, but not quite enough for them. No Spaceship for Old Men advancing will face Spooky Action at a distance for all the marbles. Very exciting for that. We have one more show match, folks. Very briefly, we have the Ancients versus Slow People Eternally Raging Games, the Spurg team. We have that one match. We'll take a quick break after that, and then we're back for the finals. So let's look at these bans real quick. The Ancients banning the Leshak, the Curse, the Scimitar. Slow People Eternally Raging Games banning the Loki, the Stork, and the Orthrus. The Stork is an interesting choice. Gets plenty of use, certainly, but kind of an odd ban. But listen, again, these show matches, weird things can happen. Hopefully we'll see something fun for this one. We'll have more to talk about going for the rest of the tournament after this match. Before we go into it, let's just blind reactions. Gentlemen, Hoad, what do you think between the Ancients and Slow People Eternally Raging Games? Who do you got in this one? You might just flip a coin. Yeah,
I'm not flipping a coin. I'm going to say the Ancients. I know more people on that team.
Well, there you go.
I don't know anyone from the other.
That is as good a reason as any. Zero.
Yeah, I'm going to go Ancients. I think they're going to come out aggressive. They might even bring blasters. I think they're just going to go with a huge amount of DPS and a huge amount of in-your-face rush kind of setup. Maybe hams, maybe blasters. And I think it's going to come as a bit of a surprise to Spurg.
No, well, I hope they do.
I also am going to put for the Ancients, also hoping to see some blasters, because that would be cash money. Folks, we have in the arena one more time, Kevin Grumman, Benjamin Rushing, the Ancients versus Spurg. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes to break this one down.
And we are back into the arena, this time with something really interesting. First time I see it in the arena. The Thunder Child as a battleship on the blue side for Slow People Eternally Raging Games. Wow, that's... well, actually, what do you think of this one?
Oh, it's absolutely very, very interesting. We are known to have a lot of grouping up going on in the Anger game, so those bounces might be effective. But then again, blue side's going to need to get in close if they want to do a lot. So they're going to need to be taking bounces. We'll see if on the Ancients team with those Harvey Navies and Maulers, if they burn in and try to bring in those bounces onto the enemy team. It looks like a fairly quick fit on the Drake Navies and Caracal Navies. Those bursts especially very quick on grid.
Yeah.
Both sides bringing T1 Logi, no T2 Logi tonight.
Yeah, and we'll see if like the Thunder Child will be able to not hit its friendlies with that. So like they got what they need to be able to kite a little, but still it might be actually effective against like all the cruisers that the Ancient just bring. And here we go. Let's
Indeed,
see how
that first shot, no shields all across the board. Caracal Navy getting slapped down hard though.
Okay, but it's armor ships, okay? So nothing is played yet. We got the Caracal Navy that is getting low on its shield although. And that's a shield tank ship, so we'll see how everything goes.
Indeed, Caracal Navy in hold, it's down. It looks like they're going after the Augur right now, but the Augur is barely being scratched so far.
Yeah. What do we got here? So everything is in range. So this the Thunder Child needs to be really careful on what it's eating right now, so that he don't get like the Gila in the way and everything.
Indeed, it looks like they're switching to a lot of their DPS onto the Mauler, but the heal is dropping very, very quickly still, even under those burst reps. It's not enough.
Yeah.
T1 Logi, not as strong.
Yeah, well, they got two Logi on the Slow People side, blue side, but doesn't seem to be enough. Red side, actually, the Ancient is getting low with one of the on the armor with one of their Augurer. Now in structure and one down, so we now are 6 against 5 in favor of the Ancient. Well, one bird just went down right now.
Indeed, with that Logi is crippled on the blue side and gone on the red side. Hey, this is going to just become a slug match very quickly. But those Maulers especially have a lot of tank to go through as the last burst drops and no Logi is left on the field. Absolutely, and we can see that those bounces are bleeding down a lot of the ships on the red for the Ancients.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And like one of the Drake Navy issues starting to get a few of damage there, and the Thunder Child is getting focus.
Indeed, I think that might be the bounces hitting the Drake Navy, but the Harpy Navy is dropping extremely quickly.
Oh yeah. So focusing fire on this one there.
Indeed, it's going into hold. Without an auger to hold things up, it's just going to drop. It doesn't have any amount of reps. Those bounces are really actually doing a lot for him.
Yeah. And Thunder Child is now in structure. And now low structure. It's not going well for slow people eternally raging games.
Indeed, but it looks like we're still not tremendously far off. Those Harpy Navies are in close. I can't quite tell if they're pulse fit. If they're, even if they are, that's a lot of DPS from those Drake Navies. They can put out so much DPS.
Yeah. And yeah, they're still like banging on those Harbinger, and now it's Kiakti from the NBSI fleet that is getting all the attention from the blue team, but he didn't say his last word as we got this Drake Navy issue now in low structure. Kiakti he just succeeded now in in structure against the Isaac Ingunen.
Indeed, we'll see if Gyakte goes down before this Drake Navy. This Drake Navy is going down pretty slowly, but Gyakte does not have much buffer left.
No.
There's that last hit, 3%,
nice.
And Gyakte goes down before the Drake Navy. But it does look like the Ancients will be able to pull this out. There's so much EHP left on this grid with both of those Maulers. We're seeing GFs and local.
Yeah.
Honestly, not a bad showing for the Thunderchild. It did a lot of work, and this match was much, much closer than you might have guessed on the surface. Even though it was that rushdown composition, they did take a lot of bounces.
Yeah, but actually, the Drake Navy is getting like the Mauler down, and it's closing the gap between the two teams right now.
Absolutely.
But if will he be able to? Oh no, he's also in structure. Never mind. That's done.
The Ancients will take it out, but the Thunderchild was not awful.
No, actually, it was quite interesting to see like all those damage all around. But we'll hear more of that with the people at the desk.
Welcome back to the desk, folks. I, of course, am CCP Jotun here, joined alongside Cosmere and Zeroak Ul. The last of our pre-finals show matches sees Slow falling to the Ancients. The Ancients coming out with max threat, as we've discussed before, with the triple Navy Harbinger, dual Mauler, and AUG setup versus Slow bringing a Thunderchild and the new Navy Drakes. Let's talk very briefly before we go to our break, Hoed, about the Thunderchild. I'm a novice when it comes to these matches, or when it comes to the tournament play specifically. I don't have quite the wealth of experience that some people like CCP Overload or other similar Eve boomers might have. But I don't know if I've ever seen a Thunderchild in a tournament arena. What in the world was going on there?
Probably never seen one for good reason. They just do not work very well here, especially because you kind of need to bounce all 10 times for your damage to even be worth considering anything, and you're going up against a team with 5 people.
Yeah.
So unless they start dropping drones, you're not going to be getting your full effect there.
Yeah.
And in addition to that, even ignoring the damage and the whole weapon system, they're kind of mediocre at just everything else. They're kind of slow, a little bit tanky, but not as tanky as the actual tanky battleships. And they don't get any E-War bonuses. They don't have a high slot for utility. It's just, ugh.
Let me ask you one question here real quick. If they had swapped the Thunderchild out for another Navy Drake that would have fit within the points that they had allowed, would they have won the match?
Honestly, with how that went at the beginning, I think they would have had a definite chance. I would say it would have been closer to a coin flip than the more one-sided end that we saw actually occur.
Zeroak, let's briefly talk on this Ancients team. Exactly what we expected. A lot of aggression early on. What was their thinking going into this one, and how that worked out for them?
Well, I think Kiakte was thinking, oh my goodness, a Thunderchild. I tell you what, Spurg want to know what happens when you bring a Thunderchild to a tournament match. Let's see what happens when you don't shoot the Thunderchild and you leave it on grid for quite a long time.
Yeah.
You know, and in armor ships, and let's see what happens. And you know, they found out that the answer is you still win. You know, so a great move from Kyakhti there to just give us that chance to see, you know, what happens if you leave that Thunderchild alone for probably half the match. You know, it's just pumping out all that damage. And again, you know, another smart move from Kyakhti there. You know, what happens if we bunch all our armor ships up together and not spread out? And, you know, can we still survive? And of course, the answer to that question was yes, we can. So absolutely superb there. I think Kyakhti knew exactly what he was doing, because they just sent the Logi for a run, right? You know, Logi, you run away. You know, they'll shoot you first. You run away, it'll be fine. And absolutely that's what happened. You know, the ham ships just rushed in and they just got lasered down.
They absolutely did. Congratulations to our friends from the Ancients for picking that comp and taking the win. Folks, we are going now to a break. We are going to take a couple minutes so everybody can get up, stretch, get something to drink, you know, take a cheeky toilet break if you need to. When we come back, we'll have Wingnut Cross, Australia's very own son, and the Basilisk here at the desk. We'll have the first of our best of five match for the finals between Spooky Action at a Distance and No Spaceships for Old Men. This is the money, everybody. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your loved ones. Be here. Pump those numbers up, folks. These are amateur numbers. We need maximum numbers. Ping out to your homies. We'll be back here in a few minutes for the Anger Games finale just after this.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way. What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, maybe they
Just
get like
sneezing.
Like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh, no. Guys, what the?
Hey, you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
What is going on? Is this what collusion looks like? I feel like there's some collusion activity happening here. This is a very strange situation.
So it's Happel's Shini Suomi Force.
You took whole control.
Do you see whole control losing ships right now? Dear Vina, I do not. Those points are still good.
Oh my god.
We're gonna
Exactly,
warp through the planet. Are you ready?
Yeah.
See somebody's house on the way. What do you think it would feel like if a ship warped through your house?
I might have some weird effect. Like imagine, maybe they
Just
get like
sneezing.
like they get explosive diarrhea or something like that.
I like the sneezing more.
Yeah. If we
Sneeze out of your ass, like.
Oh, no. Guys, what the?
Hey, you started with the. All right, you know what? Jump. This never happened. Let's move on.
Goons, like you say, there's such a huge group in the game that they can easily just do their own internal practices if they wanted to. They can easily get 20 pallets, I'm sure.
Offerings to Bob. Give our new friends to Bob. Tell their stories under fireworks. Equals great content. Mining and halving stuff. Industrial opportunities. Fun PvP. And more. Join channel Sorry Diplomacy. And yes, we are adorable. Sorry in advance.
Scrammed! Help!
Where are you?
Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats! Kill the rats!
What are you doing?
They suddenly went angry, dude. They weren't angry before. Kill them!
Which one's Grammy?
This one, the claw. Kill the claw. Kill the claw. I'm gonna get owned by rats. Not like this.
No.
Kill the rats. Do it! Kill the claw.
Relax.
Claw.
Relax.
I'm gonna
Relax.
die, dude. I was yellow to these.
It's dead.
Alright.
It's dead.
Me, dude. They were white a second ago, and then he just got all angry, dude. What the bullshit.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Anger Games finale, hosted by me, CCP Cat, alongside the Basilisk and Wingnut Cross. No, just kidding. It's actually me, CCP Jotun, here with my very good friends, Bazza and Wingnut. The cat hated that. Shocking. Gentlemen, so good to see you both. Thank you so much for being here. Wow, we have reached the conclusion of this weekend of matches. We have just 2 teams remaining. No Spaceships for Old Men and Spooky Action at a Distance. Spooky Action at a Distance winning the winners bracket, going all the way through, and No Spaceships for Old Men dropping at the end to the losers bracket, but beating Lazy Piglets in the finals to come back up here. Both these teams with a ton of pedigree, a lot of things to fight for, and big money on the line. I'm going to carefully set down this bucket of knives. Beautiful. Bazza, so good to see you, my friend. How are you?
Good to see you again. I'm good, thank you. Very good. It's been quite a nice day here. It was rainy earlier, but it's cleared up and turned into quite a nice day.
It is actually very nice here as well, in as much as it can be in the American Southeast. It's truly so humid all the time. Wingnut, I'm sure you're probably familiar with that.
Yeah. Waking up is definitely a bit on the brutal side, but we're powering through. Got to see the finals, mate. Come on, I wouldn't miss this.
You absolutely do got to see the finals. I am so excited that you are both here with me. We have a bunch of great casters. We have a bunch of great commentators for this block. We are going to get right into it. We have our very first match of the finals. Again, conquest bans exist for this setup. So if you win, the ships that were banned for you in the last match will remain banned for you as long as we continue to play matches. This is a best of 5. Both of these teams need to win at least 3 if they want to continue. And boy howdy, I'm sure they do. So
be difficult to win more than 3.
That, you know what? You make a compelling point. It would be hard to win more.
It's been a long day, Mark. It's okay.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look-see. So we have right out the gate, Spooky Action at a Distance banning out the Jackdaw, the Cinnaball, the Orthrus, and the Sentinel. No Spacious for Old Men banning the Cinnaball, Jackdaw, Orthrus, and Sentinel. I have never seen it done before, at least so far in this tournament, and I'm not sure at any others I've been in before. A full quad mirror ban. Basilisk, does this mean something? Is there something that we can gain from this?
I think it's quite likely that these teams have been scrimming together. As to whether or not there's any C word going on, I'll leave that up to the organizers to decide. Whether or not, I mean, this is a question I actually asked myself, is if you say, we're going to ban ABC, you guys can ban ABC as well, and then we can each get 3 extra bans. Is that collusion? I mean, you both get extra bans, right? I don't know.
Pick Sentinel after kind of half ruining it, It's like we have extra bans.
Bans are bans. They're all banned. I mean, work with it.
Well, one of these teams is going to be unable to bring at least, these 4 things going forward. So goodbye, Orthrus. We bid you farewell. You had a good run, but you are dead. So it was good for the Orthrus, not good for everybody else, or I guess for Orthrus enjoyers. Cool. Well, we've reached the finals. Wingnut, does the mentality? I ask this a lot, almost every time we come to a new round. Does the mentality change now that you're in a best of 5?
It kind of can, but it also depends on the team, because we've seen some teams kind of go hard in the first match, win, and then kind of flat face plant for the next couple of matches. But then we've also seen the reverse. We've seen people like absolutely claw back from the second match onwards. So it's basically you've got a bit of chance to make some crazy moves for a while, but then after that it does become an all-in thing. You have to win at some point. You have to win a match, or you kind of just have to force it. You know.
You're not wrong. As it turns out, at some point you do have to win a match. Basilisk, can you confirm that for me, please?
Yeah, that is true. You need to win 3 matches to win the final. No less than 3, no more than 3 either. It's got to be exactly 3.
Well, that is
some
good.
teams might have some trouble with that part.
That is true. That is true. I don't think either of these teams are expecting anything less. We don't have. I mean, again, there's truly so much to talk about. Spooky Action at a Distance, obviously I think at this point the favorite coming into this final. They have not lost a game yet in or lost a match yet in this bracket. They have a commanding lead right now over everybody else they've run into. They just looking at what they have brought in the past, we have a couple alligator comps which are neat. We have an Astarte comp, a Sleipnir comp, a lot of not quite what we would say is max threat, but max threat adjacent for those comps with triple Omen Navies on one, triple broadswords on the other, and then a kind of damnation control setup, which I think is really interesting. And no spaceships for old men. This dark side team doing a lot of really interesting things. They have a couple of kite comps with Nighthawks, with Claymores, and then they do have that cheeky dual Vargur comp hiding in there with Osprey, Stork, and Double Bellicose. Very interested to see how this one plays out. Gentlemen, our first match is only moments away. Baza, Wingnut, Baza, let's start with you. Predictions for this first match.
I'm going to go with Spooky Action at a Distance. They come into this having not lost a match yet. They've shown a really broad comp pool. I think the Damnation comp they showed, the control comp, was a bit of a flex, saying, look, we got this extra thing that's really hard to play. Let's just bring that out as well. So yeah, I'm backing them for the first one.
All right, Wingnut, what about you?
I don't know if I can pick a team on this, to be honest, because like they've fought before, so they kind of have some idea about each other. I honestly think at least the first match, someone's going to pull out something really just like weird to try and throw the other team off.
Well, we're
going to see something like off the wall,
I do too. I mean, I've always talked about being a saucy bitch. It is who I am, baby. We're going to go down to the arena. We have Spooky Action at a Distance. No spaceships for old men. The finals, match 1. We have Chad Flame and Flandabite in the arena. We'll be back here in just a couple of minutes.
Welcome to the arena. I am Chad Flame, here with Flan to bring you your Anger Games 6 finals. We are looking at a wonderful match between Spooky Action at a Distance and No Spaceship for Old Men. And we are seeing a wonderful double Vargur, double Bellicose comp from the team of No Spaceships. What are we seeing on the other team, Flan?
Yes, Chad, we're seeing from the other side triple Fleet Cyclone, Scimitar, double Flycatcher, Merlin. What are they going to do with it? It looks like it's a kite, if I'm correct.
It does seem to be a kite. They've warped in at range and are looking to punish these Vargurs at range, which do have good projection, but will not most likely be able to get on top of anything. With that, though, the match is getting counted down to start, and we will begin our Anger Game 6 finals.
So the kite is getting in place, Flycatcher is going forward, trying to look for a wobble maybe, trying to catch something. The Osprey, they are going to around their team, around the Vargurs.
Yeah, we're seeing that Flycatcher of Azurzan being the primary. Those Vargurs getting ridiculous application on him as he goes into half armor, but catching reps now, finally, from that Scimitar.
Yeah, Bracetroid's getting some range. The Vargur of Pandy is trying to intercept one of the Cyclone fleets, maybe the one of Vordak. Vordak is going around the Vargur. He's going to pass him. Azure is still holding strong with the Scimitar reps.
Yeah, we're seeing that Merlin actually going right in for that Osprey, seeming like they're trying to get tackled to get good application on it and get a trade that they lost to Flycatcher. Now they're going in for the Logi kill to try and make up for it. But we're also seeing Brainstraw taking some chip Vargur damage.
Yeah, Brainstraw still holding. Is he having an Ancel? I guess he's pumping the Ancel, trying to kite two Vargurs. Vargurs of Skykiller Russian and Pandy, getting him close to the arena while Mr. Caps is going down.
what these Cyclone fleets do next, but they're going onto the Griffin, getting rid of those jams, hoping that they can apply damage where they want, and jams will not bother them later on in this match.
Okay, we're trying quite evenly. No Logic Force, no Spaceship for Old Man left. Scimitar is going down, I think, is going to die with the end of his Ansel. And he's going on the hull soon. Brainstorm.
Brainstar does go down, though. There was a lot of shield bots on him, so there's still a fair amount of shield bots, but it does not look like that's going to be able to keep up the Vargers, keep up the Cyclone fleets through all this Varger damage. But it seems like a hot swap to Sky Killer Russian's Varger as he actually enters half shield.
Yes, but as you say, the Logi drones managed to keep Beam alive, so the Griffin is still going strong, still going close to the Cyclone fleet. Is it getting wrecked by Vordak? Maybe. While the Flycatcher and the Merlin are getting wrecked from SAT side.
Yeah, we're seeing the Birdmite prop team doing a great job clearing off this tackle. You know, the tackle really helping these Cyclone fleets get even better application. They already do a good job with it, but adding a little bit extra, taking care of the low end, you know, might help them do better. But there goes the low end for spooky action at a distance, and they're going all in on this Varger of Skykiller.
Oh, there's a lot of Logi drones getting sent to, I don't know, to Vordak maybe? No, to Huicante, I suppose. He is tanking 2 Vargers. Will he be able to kite them to get out of range? The Bellicose is still going strong. He's waiting on the beacon to go away to attract some attention from Huicante, but he's not... Sorry, he's not taking damage. Everything is on Skykiller right now, who is going down. Maybe he's reloading his Ansel, I guess?
I think both these Ansels are about to be finished up, and we might see this Varger go down slightly before the Cyclone fleet does. It will most likely be a trade. And will they have the damage, though, through the rep bots to keep pumping through these Cyclone fleets with the rep bots? I don't know. But the kiteability, I don't know. But we're seeing a trade. The Cyclone fleet going down first. The Varger managing to get an Ansel reload off, actually.
Oh my god, is he able to tank? Maybe Sad doesn't have the critical mace now. They're going for him. They're going on the Bellicose? No, they're still not going on the Bellicose. They're still keeping on Skykiller Russian. Skykiller getting a lot of rep drones. He's reloading his Ansel.
His Ansel's going to run out soon, though. But the question is, are they going to be able to take down Control Fleet, Cyclone, and Fleet issue before this Varger goes down? I don't know if it's going to matter. There's still going to be a Varger to a Cyclone Fleet issue on grid. They probably don't have the damage to actually break through the other Varger in time. These Vargers are projecting wonderfully, taking out these Cyclone Fleets, being the strong, standalone battleships that they can be. They're doing awesome work. They don't have a Bastion, but they still are projecting and just taking out this kite comp with ease.
Yeah, I get the Varger is still almost 100% win rate for now. There are still 6 ships on the grid. The Griffin didn't go down, so he might be still applying. Yeah, he's still applying on one of the fleet Cyclones, rendering him and making him totally useless. The 2 Bellicos are still going strong, the 2 Vargers. I guess it is an end for Sad for the first match.
Yeah, we are seeing this as getting wrapped up here, just cleaning up for the spaceships team. And it looks like Spooky Action will go down 1-0 in this series. And not, you know, it's a good match, but it seems like the counter was brought to them. They brought a projection comp with a lot of HP in these Vargers, not a lot of low end to get picked off, and just really did a good job projecting and reading what looks like to be the shield kite to come, and they take away this first match. Any wrapping up thoughts from you?
I will see Vordak going down. The Ansel, oh no, the Ansel is not running down. The Ansel is close to being empty. We'll see him. He has the jams, he has the webs, he has the newts, he has the TP on him, and he is going down with this volley, I guess, in some seconds, maybe. Yes.
And with that, the Vordak does go down, and that will conclude our first match of the Anger Games 6 finals with a victory for No Spaceship for Old Men, and we will be handing it back to the Dusk.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Flan. Welcome back, folks. I'm CCB Jotun here at the desk again with the Basilisk and Wingnut Cross. A strong opening showing by No Spaceships for Old Men, bringing out the dual Varger comp we had talked about just before this match. So excited to see that there. These Vargers so aggressive, despite getting that early Osprey snipe. Spooky Action at a distance not able to capitalize on it, and some heroics at the end by Skykiller Russian. Let's talk, Wingnut, about these Vargers, and especially about Skykiller Russian's Varger and the Ansel. What was the defining play there for them that was able to pull this one out? Unfortunately, Wingnut Cross, I believe you have been mutilated.
Mutilated? No! I was doing so well.
There's always one every weekend. Go for it.
So the obvious part you were mentioning there is the Ansel reload, which is a ballsy play because you can run it off of your cap for a bit longer if you really think you need it. But I think he trusted in his team to use their Logi drones to give him some more time. But honestly, I think the Logi drones are kind of the unsung hero there because they kept him alive that extra bit longer. And if they weren't there, he would have just gone down. Like it was about that much DPS he saved. Honestly, also big respect to the Merlin going for the hero tackle as well, trying to hold a Varga down. Didn't really go that well for him, but he tried it.
Basil, let's talk for a second because at the very end we did see jams going off on those fleet cyclones. At least one of the fleet, I believe Vordak Caligar at some point was jammed at the end of that match. Was it a mistake from Spooky Action at Distance to not try and poke that Griffin earlier, or at least try and in some way to get him off? I think he had some damage done at some point, but not enough to pull him off the grid.
Yeah, I think they took him into low hull, but didn't quite finish him. Far be it from me to criticize Spooky Action at Distance target calling, as they're obviously an excellent team, and
no doubt
it may be remiss to do so, but it may have been a mistake to do that. I think the main issue in this match, rather than the Griffin, which it's either here nor there whether they got a jam or not. If they got a jam and it's unlucky, if they didn't get a jam, it didn't really affect anything. I think the issue is that they brought the Simi, which compared to the Osprey is supposed to have just more survivability. Like that's the main difference, right? The Osprey reps a lot more, but the Simi is more self-sufficient. It's tankier, it's faster, it's smaller, and making that Logi trade about the same time is not a great position for Spooky Action at a Distance to be in, because those two Vargas are a lot more self-reliant on their own. And I want to give a shout out to the two Varga pilots in particular, Skyclar Russian and Pandy. Like we saw in a previous match, I'm not sure who it was against. They came up against, I think it might have been only need 3 comps with some deacons, and they immediately transmatched them right from the start and just alphaed a deacon. And Vargas should not be alphaing deacons unless you get that transmatching done perfectly. And they did the same thing again here with the Flycatcher. They got on top of Asura and just absolutely broke through him instantly. And it's really good battleship piloting.
Yeah, it was. I mean, and I think people who are not super familiar with how that works will maybe underestimate how difficult that is. When you're a battleship pilot trying to track things that are much smaller than you. It's not as easy as just hitting control space and pressing F1, certainly, but man, a strong showing from them right out the gate. Wingnut, let's take a step back here as well. These fleet comps in general, this dual battleship comp into the triple fleet cyclones, these Vargas have been so dangerous throughout the entire tournament so far. Is there something that teams just need to be prepared to bring in every fight to try and mitigate that if it's a threat? Or is it just like we need to be banning these things out as soon as possible?
There's definitely ways to beat a Varga. Like, for one, there's only 2 real DPS ships, except the Bellicose is doing, anti-support work. Like, one thing is just holding one down. Sure, it can MGD around, but if you can hold it down long enough, you kind of break the core of their comp for a while. But just everyone kind of just lets them go. At least it seems to. Maybe they don't have the tools in the shed to do it, but these Vargas have always, almost always just been free to go wherever the hell they want, which has been a constant thing with them. So honestly, just grab them, stop them, ECM them, do something.
Well,
don't just let it go.
We see the Cinnaball, Jackdaw, Orthrus, and Sentinel remaining banned for the rest of these matches. Rest in peace to all the. Is that not how that works? Is it just for No Spacious World Men? Gotcha. My mistake. These are just bans for No Spacious World Men. Sorry. Listening to someone in my ear. Misunderstood how that works. That's on me. That's my bad. I have to sleep tonight thinking about that moment just now. That was a rough one. We're going to move ahead to the next match. We have a show match as the teams get ready for the next match in the finals. We have Fancy Pants versus Yamate Kudasai.
They're back. No!
Yeah, I know. It's that time again. Wingnut. Are you ready? Are you ready, Wingnut?
No.
Wingnut, I've prepared something just for you. Just for you, buddy. No, Wingnut, listen. I've got it right here. It's prepared. Well, it's actually not prepared at all.
It's not about to go anime or something? What's going on?
I might. Wingnut, it's time. It's time, Wingnut. We're back, baby.
I thought we were free and safe.
You are not free, and no, you are not safe.
Oh no! Oh
Fancy,
no.
Fancy Pants banning the Cyclone Fleet issue, the Scimitar, and the Sleipnir, and Yamate Kudasai banning the Curse, the Gila, and the Orthrus. This is, an exciting matchup where I'm glad to see my friends from Weebdom back in the arena. Basilisk, any thoughts about this, just in general?
Yeah, it's good to see some Kawaii representation, and for once we've got some weeb on the desk rather than weed, which is
true. Yeah. That was last weekend. We got that one taken care of right and early. There we go. That's a little bit better. I have no idea what this is from either. I hope it's not lewd or anything. This is,
it's anime. It probably is. Let's be honest.
Don't scroll that picture too far around, or you'll encounter something that can't be shown.
That's fair. All right. Well, yeah. Let's. Not too much to talk about. I mean, these bans pretty straightforward. Not too much to discuss here. The Cyclone Fleet kind of interesting. We've seen those Cyclone Fleet bans a couple times as teams try and mitigate. The Cyclone Fleet really has had a pretty, I think we can all agree, a pretty good showing in this tournament so far. In terms of its, how much it's getting used and how it's done in those matches. Wingnut, is there anything else that's really stuck out for you that has performed maybe better than you were expecting it to?
Honestly, no, not really. Everything's been kind of as expected in most ways. Seeing the Jackdaw kind of becoming the de facto king of every shield support fleet, to the point that it's now getting bans, people stop bringing it.
Yeah.
It's beyond that, everything else is just as expected, to be honest.
What about you, Baz? Anything stick out to you over these last couple weeks?
The Cinnabal's kind of popped up as an interesting one. Given its point reduction, it's pretty good at its point cost, and I don't think there's any way you can easily replace it in those sort of fast artillery setups. So that's kind of sprung out of nowhere, and people have suddenly realized that's a pretty good ship. And we saw in the last match, that match one of the finals, that both teams banned it. So
awesome. Well, I definitely agree. The Cinnaball and the Jackdaw specifically. The Jackdaw kind of, it really has. I mentioned beforehand how it was so funny seeing Jackdaws getting bans, but the Sleipnir, or not the Sleipnir, sorry, the the Minmatar one.
The shit.
That little guy, that old chestnut, that guy, that one.
Yeah. That one.
Not getting the same kind of attention, but the Jackdaw just does so many things so well. Man, I'm gonna have a lot of things to think about when I'm trying to sleep tonight. Anyway, folks, we have Fancy Pants versus Yamate Kudasai down in the arena with Chad Flame and Flan the Bite. We'll be back here in just a couple minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Flanabite Denton Q, still with Chad Flame. We're assisting to the show match of Fancy Pants against Yamate Kudasai. Fancy Pants rocking a shield rush with 2 Nighthawks, a Lockheed, 2 Scalpels, and 2 Jackdaws. What did Yamate Kudasai bring, Chad?
We are seeing a version of an armor control comp with the 2 Sentinels being the control and a line of trig ships coming through with the Draugrs, the Ikatursus, and that Zarmaz Logi. Gonna see how well this Zarm does. It's a make or break ship. You got to really make sure you're spooling on the right targets and switching reps accordingly. Very hard ship to run in this kind of small ship layout that they have, and that's going to be getting rushed by the shield rush, and we're going to see what they primary first.
Okay, they're going in. We can see that Yamate Kudasai is still pulling a bit while... Sorry, one of the Ikatursa Drayan is still not moving. Okay, he's going down. Sorry, he's moving.
Yep. We are seeing light missile Jackdaws actually from the Shield Rush team. Probably there to clear off some of that small wing. And it seems like they're currently shooting the light missiles into... They're not landing on anything yet, but they're shooting them.
On Nymph, I guess, on the Draugr of Nymph. They're not getting guidance disrupted for now. The guidance disrupt is on the Nighthawks. They are still rushing, still going on. The Lokis didn't catch anything for now. He's going for Drayan, I guess.
Yeah, we are starting to see damage spooling up from these Draugrs and Ikatursus onto this Loki. They have found their primary. They understand he's the main tackle for the Shield Rush, and he needs to disappear and make that happen as quick as possible. And right now they're going on to him, but it does not seem like a lot of damage is coming out from the Shield Rush team. They have not really picked a primary and gotten proper damage onto it yet.
No, I get they're catching what they can. The Ikatursus are quite fast. One of the Nighthawks of Ish is going on Drayan. I get they're going to focus him. Yeah, they're going on Drayan. Drayan is getting reps from the Zarmas. If he can manage to stack on this, on Drayan, he will be able to hold all of the shield rush. Will he be able to stack? That's the question. I don't think he will.
I don't think he's going to tank very well, but at the same time, these Jackdaws are putting their light missile damage onto the Sentinels, which is amazing work, potentially forcing that trig rep to be switched onto those ships. Maybe those rep bots are on them, some small reps are on them. But the Ikatursa does not seem to be tanking, and the forced split of reps might really come into play here. They're going to lose an Ikatursa, but it looks like they might lose a Sentinel first, which is going to get a lot of control off the grid.
Yeah, Ikatursa is still not going down. The Zarmas doesn't have any issue. He's not taking damage. And they're going to trade this with a Scalpel. One of the Scalpel is down.
Yeah, they traded away both those Sentinels for a Scalpel. I don't know if I'd consider that a good trade, but there's a lot of DPS left and a lot of tank left on that shield rush. But they're not really breaking out the core of this the shield rush team. So I don't know what's going on here, but that Scalpel just got deleted as well. They're going onto the Zarmat. They're realizing they have to get rid of this Logi now.
Yeah, the second Scalpel going down, they will be able to go for the low key slowly but steadily. The Zarmas is getting chased by the Jackdaws. I don't think the Jackdaws have the DPS to get him alone. While we see the Ikatursa, the Zarman, sorry, is fully stacked on the Ikatursa, so the Ikatursa is slowly tanking all of the DPS. If they get the low key down, I guess it's a match for Yamete.
I think this match is already concluding up. I'm seeing scrams onto one of the Nighthawks. They're splitting up this rush as well. They're not able to coordinate together and get rid of the Zarm as the Loki's going to go down. It's going to be the only thing that could really hold this Zarm down and help with application. And the Nighthawks got split up, it looked like there for a little bit, and are not going to actually be able to kill this Zarm. And if they don't kill him, they're not going to have the DPS to break anything on grid.
They finally got the Loki down. The drop is still not going down. A huge reps from the drones right now on the Draugr. He's slowly going down. They're going to trade for the Jackdaw of Rasta. Rasta is down, and the Zarmas is far away, just getting chased by Ish. Nighthawk will be sufficient.
Yeah, as I said when this match started, it's really going to come down to this Zarmaz pilot, making sure the spools are landing on the correct ships. They got pretty good damage into that Ikatursa, which is a semi-tanky ship. But once that spool from the Zarmaz really started to, do its work, that Ikatursa pulled back really well. He did have to sacrifice both the Sentinels, but by that point in the match, they had such an advantage, it felt like. They split up the shield rush to a degree. They got rid of the low end with the Logi frigates, and then just started working on those Jackdaws slightly. And right then, they just were able to win. They weren't able to headshot the primary that they wanted to in the shield rush. And if you can't break your primary target, and you're not going to break anything. And they couldn't get on the Logi to stop that.
Yeah, Sentinel did a huge work here. Even though without the Sentinels, Nighthawks are not applying anything on the Zarmas. We can see it since, I think, 1 or 2 minutes. Both Nighthawks are attacking the Zarmas. He's not taking any damage, while Zothar is getting grinded by the Ikituses and the Draugrs.
Yeah, the Nighthawks are currently in range of each other to pick a primary and shoot it, but no matter what, they're just not going to be able to break anything unless it is that Zarm, and they're not in range to do that. They lost their control in that Loki. That was their only true tackle and application piece in this comp that can get on top of a Zarm. And they didn't have the opportunity because they got rid of that Loki. Very good calling from the spooling ships on the Yamete Kudasai team, getting rid of the Loki. Early on, they got rid of the Logi first because they were having issues breaking him. But they did a really good job understanding what ship really runs this comp for the shield rush, and they got rid of it in a good, proper manner of speed, too.
Yeah, very good use of the Logi drones as well. We saw they did a huge work in this match, holding the Draugr of Nymph, holding the 2 Sentinels at the beginning, allowing the 2 Sentinels to apply a lot of guidance disruptions on the Nighthawk, rendering them, making them totally useless. And now Zothar is getting caught by he is in the middle of the Ikatusas. He was neuted. Yeah, he's neuted, so he doesn't have any more invols, and he's going down really fast.
Yeah, once the shields run on those ships, they have no HP behind it. And honestly, it's just cleanup, once you're not able to kill a target in a rush, you're kind of, the red flags start going off. You know, we didn't get anything down with all our DPS. Their Logi is that strong, or our application is that bad, or there's a lot of factors that go into it. But getting rid of that Logi might have been the move, and a good job screening and presenting that Ikatursa forward. You know, Ikatursa's followed by Zarmreps, pretty hard to kill, and it just showed this match that the Trig is still meta, even with all those nerfs it received this past update.
Yeah, the full Trig comp, almost full Trig comp. Let's not get with the Sentinels. The Sentinels are dead, so now it's a full Trig comp. Getting over the rush. 5 seconds left, and it is over for Fancy Pants.
Tired of being slow? Are you tired of losing the competition? Order your Quave Turbo today. Lab tested. Velocity increase of over 5,000% guaranteed. Propulsion so hot you will explode. Used by all members of Exodus. Call now.
Goons, like you say, there's such a huge group in the game that they can easily just do their own internal practices if they wanted to. They can easily get 20 pallets, I'm sure.
Welcome back to the desk, friends. I'm CCB Yoten, joined alongside once again the Basilisk Wingnut Cross with a well, folks, it's finally happened. Thanks to the power of God and anime, Yamate Kudasai has fielded an Ikatursa in a fleet comp that has won in the year of our Lord 2024. I pray now for all of mankind. I pray for the future of our children, and I pray for hope for humanity as we enter what is now certainly the darkest period of our lives. The Basilisk, how has this horrible thing happened, and what could Fancy Pants have done to prevent this oncoming apocalypse?
I pray for the ramifications of this moving forward, not just in the show matches, but in the finals themselves. I mean, the meta will be transformed, perhaps irreparably, by this performance from these Ikitursas. I mean, it's quite possible that Spooky Action at a Distance and No Spaceships for Old Men have never seen or heard of an Ikatursa, and they've seen this match and gone, we got to get some of that stuff. They're good. Goddamn.
Oh my. It certainly was. It's so funny looking at this comp. Zarmas, Ikatursa, Draugr, triangles everywhere. Then the two Sentinels getting banned out in almost every match because of how busted they are, how useful they are, how beneficial they are to many different comps. And yet the Sentinels go out like chumps. And you know what doesn't go out like chumps? The goddamn Ikitursas.
It is the worst timeline.
It is a rough time. Congratulations to Yamate Kudasai for winning skins in that show match. I'm so sorry, Fancy Pants, you were not able to put off the inevitable here. I, for one, welcome our anime overlords. Moving right along, we have the next match in our finals bracket. We have Spooky Action at a Distance and No Spaceships for Old Men back again. We have, let's see here, Spooky Action at a Distance banning out the Orthrus, the Jackdaw, the Scimitar, and the Kizreal. No Spaceships for Old Men banning out the Jackdaw, Hyena, Loki, and Broadsword. And also, since I am a fool and forgot how bans work, it is worth noting that the bans for No Spaceships for Old Men also include the Vargur, the Osprey, the Stork, the Bellicose, and the Griffin. Shame about that, Vargur, but interesting. Do you think, Basilisk, that this could maybe inspire Spooky Action at a Distance to bring that same comp?
I mean, quite possibly. We've seen it has been very, very strong across the course of the tournament. The Vargas having the same projection, often paired with the two Bellicoses as well, just for those TPs and remote tracking computers, so they can just hit the whole arena. Obviously, particularly effective when all the TD ships are banned, which in this second match they aren't. So that may be also a possible answer. The Curse, Pilgrim, that kind of stuff, all open. So maybe less inclination to bring it in that circumstance.
Scimitar getting banned out as well here. Wingnut, do you feel like these teams are maybe trying to push each other towards these more control-intensive comps that we've seen, especially like we saw at the end of the losers bracket, and the losers bracket final between No Spaceships for Old Men and Lazy Piglets, those very control-heavy comps that require a lot of intense gameplay. Do you feel like those are the kind of comps that these teams like playing in the most?
I don't know about that, but I think the Scimitar ban is forcing out basically the good shield stuff, or rather the really like tanky shield stuff, because Scimitar really does fit for that. There are some like rush options here that are now just very much more viable because armor ships are just outright slower. So with the Scimitar gone, you can catch a lot of stuff. So I wonder if they're going to just try rushing someone down.
Notably missing from this, of course, is something like the Barghest, obviously. Still a lot of projection options missing here as well. All of those Geddon navies, a lot of different things that we could see here. And of course, the Alligator not getting banned out yet.
Yeah, I'm going to sound the healer alarm. Healer alarm, healer alarm.
I was going to say
healers.
Healers available. Healers available. It's being said. It's being said. All right, folks. Well, we have the next match between Spooky Action at Distance and No Spaceships for Old Men. Kat is currently trying to unplug my monitors. Please, Kitty, I'm begging you, don't do this. Gentlemen, in the second match, who do you have? Wingnut Cross.
No, I'm not even going to attempt it. This is going to be chaos. I can see what's on the grid.
Okay, all right. Basilisk, what do you think?
I'm going to go with Spooky Action at a Distance. I can't be wrong twice in a row, right?
We hope so. Boy, howdy, Basil, you're making this hard for me, bud. That's really, really rough. I'm a professional. I work for CCP. All right, we have Spooky Action at a Distance. No Spaceships for Old Men. Next match, this is the best of three. No Spaceships for Old Men now up 1-0. We send it down to Brett and Ish Sindulos in the arena. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Hello everybody, my name is Brett Thomas. I am here. I told you I wasn't going to be, but somebody has dropped out. So I am here to commentate about these two matches. It's the second match of our finals. Spooky Action at a Distance have brought what people have said. They've brought triple Gilas, double Alligator, and two Maulises. That is a no logistics comp with max damage. Tell me, what have No Spaceships brought?
No Spaceships have brought the Redeemer comp, but we've seen this comp before. It features the Redeemer, Guardian for those heavy T2 reps, a Curse, Omen and Succubus to round out the damage, a Carries to help with that control, and a Pontifex for the links.
Yeah, we are seeing a no-logi version of the Florida Man. How do you think the Redeemer, Guardian, Curse are going to handle this full rush?
I think a part of it is really going to depend on how much they anticipated seeing some missiles here. If the Curse is heavy missile disrupt, it could mean a lot here. Now, the Redeemer has his work cut out for him because he's going to be up against two Maulises that are going to severely cut down on his range. The Redeemer, of course, wants to take advantage of that beautiful range damage he gets, and he's just not going to have that at his disposal. Meanwhile, we've noticed these Alligators have gone no missile, so they're focused on that drone damage, focused on that tankiness and links. There's not a whole lot there to deal with in terms of missile damage, but it is a lot to chew through.
Yeah, we are seeing everybody flee backwards and assign their drones onto the carriers. Probably these Alligators are heavy missiles instead of hams at this situation, because they're applying damage to the carries, because if the carries goes down, their Maulises can actually start damping stuff off, since the carries won this early damp war. We are seeing it drop into low armor. Hopefully this Guardian can keep it alive.
Yeah, the Guardian's is going to have a hard time here. They really want that carries off the field. It's going to give them much better enablement for those healers there. It's going to make sure that they can really play the field the way they want because of the curse that carries presenting a threat the Molluses do not in the form of that long scram. That does limit your positioning a little bit. Also just opens up quite some danger to getting caught out. You don't want to get caught out versus this Redeemer comp. With them having the Guardian, they can take a few shots to the face that you cannot. And with that curse there, if you're held down, that can mean a shut off of your prop. And it's easy to say, oh, drones, I don't care about newts and all of that, but you need to get somewhere, and you probably got some hardeners you care about.
Yeah.
The Guardian, meanwhile.
Yeah, we have seen the Guardian burn forward to keep stuff alive, which has allowed them to just assign drones and pound it with those heavy missiles. It is at half armor here, but one of these alligators is in half shield. Do you think this would be a worthy trade if they trade the Guardian for an alligator?
Oh, I'd take that any day of the week. Absolutely. I think it's a great trade for SAD. I think that it will put them in the position they probably want, and it's probably the most they can hope for in terms of trade here. They, at this point, are going to need to pay attention to the whittling damage. They've got a Gila of Azura taking a little bit. If they can just get work done with those Gilas after getting the Guardian down, they'll be in a really nice space here, still having an alligator left on the field and having both Molluses to work with to hold off some of that damage.
Yeah, it looks like the Guardian has paid attention to where the Gilas are sitting and just kept burning in the opposite direction. So all of a sudden, they're completely out of lock and damage range, so they can't assign any of their drones after those final 5 cycles.
Really nice positioning from Mr. Keps here. Absolutely. It has kept him alive. And also, Beam staying alive in that carries means a whole lot to Mr. Keps. It lets him exploit that good positioning and the good decisions he made there because, of course, they can damp off some of that damage as well. And when you damp off these drone ships, even if they are set to auto attack, those drone MWDs will eventually click out. So you need to reestablish your lock to get those drones reestablished to the target.
Yeah, drones usually, after you get out of drone control and lock range, they'll get like 5 cycles of damage takes it off before they stop doing anything else. So by the looks of things, they did manage to apply that little bit of extra damage, but then all the drones have stopped in space. We are seeing one of the Molluses has pulled out of range of the carries, repulled back into range, and is focusing it down with its stamps, which allowed the other Maulus to damp down the Redeemer and the Curse, which has dropped the damage off for no spaceships by a lot. They are plinking a little bit of damage down with drones, but they're not doing much else.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of delayed damage from what would otherwise be some very high damage comps here because of that damping. And it's really the E-warships to watch in this match, watching the position of these Molluses, watching the carries, watching where the curse orients to the field, because they're controlling so much of the match here, pun fully intended. And the Molluses, with there being 2 of them, they have the opportunity here where they're kind of throwing damps to carries as long as they can win that lock and damp war there, and also still have a little bit of damping free that they have to put on that Redeemer. They've got to delay that Redeemer damage. That is such a key to their strategy. And so far, it is working out for them. Like you said, there's some plinking going on to Control Freak and Azura, but not the damage that I think old spaceships would like to put out here. There is some threat, even though SAD has lost the ship and old spaceships hasn't. There's some threat here. It's going to be all about, can Keps keep this good positioning up? Can Beam keep him alive and keep himself alive? And then can they sneak in some damage where they're able through the oppression of the 2 Molluses?
What I want to know is what those drones of the Gilas are shooting. Are they shooting the Guardian, or are they breaking down all the Logi drones on top of it so they can eventually break it when it goes down?
I am seeing some Logi drones fall off. We're seeing them fall off by a few scores, so I think they are in full defang mode on these Logi drones, and there are a lot of armor maintenance spots out, mostly lights here. And that's really where they're focusing, and pretty smart here, right? You need to get through the self-reps of the Guardian. They know they need to break this Guardian as a win condition. They feel like they can really do a lot there. They really probably feel like it's got to happen before Azura goes down, and it's looking dicey if that will happen. Azura down through armor, hitting into structure, and Mr. Keps still sitting comfortably at half armor here, although he's taking some chunks now too, and Azura is down.
Yeah, it looks like the Kez just managed to get in range and mute that Gila out so it couldn't prop anymore and slowly got itself caught. We are seeing the Guardian hopefully finally go down here, seeing as it's dropping into low armor, but it might be too late.
Very possible. It is absolutely imperative now, having lost a Gila and a Gator. It is so crucial. for SAD to get Old Spaceship's Guardian down. That's absolutely a mandatory. It's gone from being an ideal to a total win condition. So they're pouring into it. We're seeing a lot of EC300s on the field, and while it's a dice roll there, you always wonder, how many times are you getting your lock broken and having to reestablish? That's really an annoying factor.
We are lowering ourselves to the last 45 seconds in this match. If they do manage to kill that Guardian, they are not going to be within the points difference to manage to go into overtime. They need to kill the Guardian and maybe the Omen to manage to scrape out an extra 3 minutes in this match. Otherwise, it's going to be over in 30 seconds.
Absolutely, and I frankly, I see a real challenge with that. Omens are no pushovers. And if my point calculation is right, getting the carries isn't going to cinch the deal here. So I think we're seeing a lot of trouble. We're down to less than 30 seconds. The Guardian, I think, will finally eat it, but he is still inking that armor back up a little bit. He might actually last all the way through with a no loss ships for Old Spaceships as we head in the last 5 seconds.
Well, let's see if they can break this. No, they did not manage to break the Guardian in the last couple of seconds alive. That was a very close match and such great control by the Guardian to keep itself out of range there. And with that...
Absolutely fantastic flying by Mr. Caps and by Beam and the carries. And that is the kind of flying, that's the kind of match you really want to see, and that kind of superiority.
Yeah, with that, we'll throw it back to the desk.
No Spaceships for Old Men taking the win after a bit of hero piloting by Mr. Caps in the Guardian to keep his team up. No Spaceships for Old Men now going up 2-0 in this best of 5 against Spooky Action at a distance. Folks, I'm CCP Jotun, joined alongside once again the Basilisk and Wingnut Cross. Gentlemen, what a match. I mean, what else can you say about these two teams? Again, we talked about Gators, we talked about the Gilas, we talked about that being an option. Of course, immediately Basilisk with the call, scoped that one out immediately. There it is on the grid. But a Gator kite, not something that we've seen a ton of so far. We've seen a lot of Gator rushes. A Gator kite with those Gilas and a more standard drone kite set with no logi versus that Redeemer. Let's talk, Baza, about this this setup from No Spaceships for Old Men. What was it specifically? You look at it something like the this comp from Spooky Action and Distance, and it'll be easy for people to say, well, this comp doesn't use a lot of capacitor. The Redeemer is going to be useless on this grid. Clearly, that was not the case. What can the Redeemer do when you have a bunch of missile and drone boats like this?
Obviously, the Redeemer actually pumps a huge amount of damage, especially with Scorch. Scorch, probably one of the best ammo types in the game, just for mix of range and damage. So this was actually really, really well piloted by No Spaceships for Old Men. I mean, I've seen this alligator comp a couple times, and I've sort of talked with some other people and thought, how would you actually beat this? Other than some extremely cheese thing that's specifically designed to beat it, how would you beat it? And No Spaceships for Old Men brought a control-y comp that on paper you might think, well, the Curse isn't great into this. The Carries isn't particularly great into this. The Redeemer's kind of slow. But they did a really, really good job piloting of, as soon as Aggro went onto the Guardian with those Gila drones, they brought the rep bots out, they put them on the Guardian, they brought the Guardian back, and then put the Redeemer and the rest of the comp forward into the space where the Guardian was, and basically forced them to either run away and break their locks, or get caught by the Omen, or the Redeemer, or the Curse newts, etc. So it was really nice synchronized piloting from No Spaceships.
Wingnut, let's...
Well.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Faffy and the Omen, right at the very start of the match, went balls to the wall, just diving in. Because if they all the ships had survived at the start, the Alligator and all the Gilas, they would have enough damage to break through the Guardian. They went, nope, straight to the Alligator, tackled one down, killed it, chunked out a massive amount of their DPS. And that's now like, now we can tank. Now we can hold. And that's knowing what your comps can and can't do, and knowing how to get it to where it can do it. That was like that. It's simple, but it works. Tackle the thing, kill it, we win. And they did that. It's beautiful.
They absolutely did. And again, hero piloting by Mr. Caps, burning out of the range of those Gilas to force them to have to move back in or risk either breaking their locks or being out of drone control range. An incredible play there, hovering just at the knife's edge to keep his team alive, as that was the winning condition for Spooky Action at a distance. A pretty strong lead here. No Spaceships for Old Men now have pushed Spooky Action at a distance to game point. They just need to win one more and they will take this. Unless I'm wrong about that. Voice in my head, are we good? I think that's right. I am correct on that. I'm usually correct. Just
The
sometimes.
voice confirms.
The voice confirms. The voice knows all. Well, folks, we have another show fight here, but before we do, I need your help. Twitch chat. There are almost 4,500 of you here. Like I said earlier today, we're doing a lot of work right now behind the scenes to try and strengthen and embolden the EVE tournaments teams, all the EVE tournament teams that are active right now, both in smaller tournaments like this and the Anger Games, larger tournaments like are more prestigious, larger, very cool tournaments like the Alliance tournament, of course. All these tournaments, getting that support is crucial, and knowing that you guys care about what we're doing here means a lot to us. So if you could, Twitch chat, I need your help. Please, in Twitch chat right now, tell me why you give a shit about EVE tournaments and why they mean something to you. If they do, please list something in there. We're going to go back through and review this footage, gather it all up, and put it together in a big presentation about why these tournaments matter, why they should stick around, and why we should be giving them everything that we have in terms of resources and support going forward.
Mark, was this your idea to use Twitch chat as like an official survey? This seems like a bad way of surveying.
I'm too cheap to pay for Chat GPT-4, so this is the next best thing.
I mean, there's going to have to be a lot of manual filtering of this data that you're collecting here. I mean, a lot of it is going to be, obviously Twitch chat is all infallible, but it's perhaps also answering questions that you're not asking.
That's a job for a CCP zealous and not me. All right, folks, we have the next show match coming up here shortly. E is for emotional damage versus Hangry Nubs. Hangry Nubs, of course, being the team captained by our very own Dujek One Eye. E is for emotional damage, banning the Blackbird, the Kizril, the Gila, and the carries. Hangry Nubs banning the Curse, Gila, Loki, Nighthawk. Another show match for some skins. Pretty excited about this one. We have one more show match after this one, which I think you guys are really going to get a kick out of. Until then, we have just this one, and then we have the game point after this, where no Spaceships for Old Men can take this match or take this tournament in a 3-0 sweep if they win that match. But before we do, Basilisk, Wingnut Cross, these two teams, E is for emotional damage and Hangry Nubs. Basil, who do you got?
This is an interesting one because I think these two teams are actually the first match of the tournament. I'm probably going to be wrong again. I'm going to go for E is for emotional damage. I'm more focused, to be honest, on Twitch chat, who is surprisingly actually flooding you with legitimate answers to your questions. So it is a good strategy.
I knew that I could trust Twitch chat, okay? They called me crazy. They said, oh, you'll just get shit back from that. No. These people, they've got good hearts. They know what's going on here. I love you, Twitch chat. I love you desperately, tenderly. I love you so much. Wingnut Cross, who do you take out of these two teams?
Well, I spied Dujek in a fun ship, so I'm just gonna go with him. Thank you.
Well, I also am gonna pick Dujek just because I love Dujek so much. He's just a nice guy. We have Hangry Nubs. E is for emotional damage. I'm gonna send it back to Brett Thomas and Ish Sindulus in the arena. We'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. Thank you, Twitch chat. I love you. Kiss, kiss.
And welcome to the arena for the show match between the Mirror Universe Good Horde and the wonderful Spoon, featuring the beloved Dujek. I count something interesting on the field here on the Hangry Nub side. Are you spotting this, BTT? An interesting number?
No. Why don't you tell everybody what it is?
I see two bellicoses. I think this is maybe the first double bellicose. Did I miss one? I see two bellicoses, two Vargers, and that's actually pretty fun. I like the chutzpah behind it. They're going here with the double bellicose, double Varger, and the Osprey, and then rounding off a Skybreaker Stork. What has E brought to us?
E has brought the Redeemos, Oneros, Pilgrim, Magus, Hyena, Nurgle, and Thorax, but we are seeing that Nurgle almost immediately go down from the Vargas. It looks like it didn't get its speed up, or it burst itself all the way in to control one of those Vargas, and they're just getting all of the damage on it at once.
Yeah, it looks like he'll get the save here from Logi, but you're right. We almost were seeing a 6-man comp as Cyborg Devil took a massive chunk there early in the match. Now we're seeing some damage go on to Dindil in this Hyena. No surprise there. It's of course a priority on that Vargas side. They don't want that Hyena holding down their targets. They want to keep their side safe and the Osprey safe and all that. So taking care of the Hyena makes a lot of sense. The Vargas can certainly track it if they get the right shots.
Yeah, the Vargas are trying to shoot stuff and manage to get them down, but it does not look like they're tracking the small stuff that they're shooting. They aren't getting any webs on them, so they aren't becoming slow enough. They are spreading out their newts, and they are frigates, so those frigates will really start to suffer with that newt pressure on top of them. We are seeing the Curse start to take some damage here.
Yeah, that Pilgrim is in trouble. It's taking the chunks, and it is gonna be up to Horde to hold up Chosen there. He is going to be an important part of the process, putting that disruption onto the Vargars, and certainly remiss not to mention that earlier when they're hitting the frigates, that's always a challenge when you're doing that under the disruption of the Pilgrim, and that's going to be a big win condition, I think, for Hangry. If they can get this Pilgrim off the field, they have unleashed the Vargars to a much greater degree than they can deal with now. And we're also seeing we're seeing the Nurgles want to hold back. We're seeing the Nurgle want to hold back Dujek here as much as possible and try to stay under those guns, but he's facing a lot of drone oppression as a result.
Yeah, and he will be facing newt pressure and grapple pressure. So if the other Redeemer can one-shot it while it's close, while he shoots something else, they might be able to survive that. But it looks like they're having one pressure forward and just having Dujek sit there doing nothing.
Yeah, we're seeing Logi fairly safe here on the side of Hanger with the Osprey sort of skating out. Certainly, it's taken some drone damage and it's taking a few pot shots, but it's in a pretty favorable position.
Oof, that Hyena just about caught Reps when it hit the lowest amount of armor there just before it started to get shot into structure. It managed to get us a prop cycle off, and the armor managed to hit it.
Yeah, he's in a fairly aggressive position here overall, but he's trying to stay at the very skated end of it. And the real challenge when you're in a small ship like this in the Hyena, it's not just that everybody wants to shoot you, it's that a flight of drones, it's a lot of chunks of your damage, and he's being chased around with his drones, and you're a Hyena, you don't really have a defanging means. Those are Valkyries on him. That's actually a fair bit of damage into a little Hyena, so it's going to be up to Logi to hold him up so he can keep that web efficacy going.
Yeah, we are finally seeing the Osprey drop down now. It was fit, probably full buffer, with a little bit of shield drone reps on it, but it's now starting to drop in its low shields. It's just been something small, like a Thorax plinking away at it. It's now finally dropping down. That might be this whole team falling apart here.
It's going to be a huge danger for them, having also lost their Stork just a moment ago. Very, very quick death on the Stork. And there goes Stork and Osprey. So they're going to lose links here momentarily after that link effect expires, and having no Logi. What's their hope here?
Well, the two Vargas are pretty spread out. Hopefully they can shoot the tackle ships grabbing each other, but it is a Redeemer holding Leiden down, spread out at the bottom of our screens.
Yeah, that's not a position you ideally want to be in. You were hoping that Redeemer would have to do a little work to get into and to get that scorch damage on, and unfortunately he's just having a good time here. He's taking a fair bit of hits, but I don't think that they're going to bring him down quickly enough. The Pilgrim still being alive means that oppressive newting is still out there. Not quite the newt range of the Curse. It's 10 kilometer less reach, but the same kind of disruption. And that's really a problem for these Vargars. And I think they're going to have a hard time plopping off those tackles like you mentioned. So the win condition is very thin here for Hangry. They could still pull something out, as they do still have the Vargars, but Dujek taking a lot of damage here. Leiden having taken actually a bit more. He's down to about 75% armor and sinking.
Yeah, we're just seeing that they can't break through that Redeemer. They're pumping all their damage into it, and it's repping back up when the Oneros gets close enough. But we are seeing Leiden drop into low armor now. It's been boosting all the time, but it looks like it's either running out of boosts or running out of cap, because it's starting to drop into structure and he's down.
He's gone. Having lost to Vargar now, it looks very, very grim for our beloved Dujek. My boys in Horde pulling out a nice win here, I think, is what we're going to see as a conclusion. Let's talk a little bit about this double bellicose. How do you feel about it? What's your emotional response on that?
I believe we did see a double bellicose about 2 or 3 matches ago in this exact same double Vargar comp. I believe they're just there as kind of light damage with their points on them, so they're really effective at clearing some of the smaller stuff and keeping points up in a situation where a hyena just gets one shot.
Fair enough. I mean, I think, you know, with the bellicose not having the bonus to the web and focused on the bonus to the paint, I think that the application is a big help, and I think that the Vargars are hoping to get a little fly killing done there, and unfortunately it wouldn't happen.
How is this Oneros going down here? Has he just drifted a little bit too close and Dujek is doing damage into them? We are not seeing any guidance disruptors on the Vargar. It seems like the Pilgrim has been muted out, so the Vargar can finally start hitting stuff, but it's too little too late as this Oneros drops into armor and the Dujek starts to drop into low shield.
Yeah, and you got to believe Dujek's feeling a little remorseful here, seeing that, you know, what he's able to finally do with taking huge chunks out of Hoyer in the Oneros. But as he said, too little too late. If that could have happened earlier in the match, but they could not achieve the success in completely neuting out the Pilgrim until too late, and they had bled too much, unfortunately. We see Dujek here going into structure, which just leaves Liana and an excellent opportunity in that fast, beautiful little Skybreaker to go for glory here.
Well, that is the end of the match. It has finished with 97 points to 3 for Iya's emotional damage. And that is the end of that match. My name is Brett Thomas, and I'll pass you back to the desk.
Hello, and welcome back to the desk. I'm CCP Jotun, here alongside the Basilisk and Wingnut Cross. And yes, E is for emotional damage, taking very little damage, actually, as it turns out, as Hangry Nubs, unfortunately, feeds the No Spaceships for Old Men Vargar comp to the Redeemer that it honestly very recently just beat, which is really pretty funny. So let's talk just briefly. We have a little bit of time here before we go to our next match. Basilisk, let's talk about this double Vargar comp. Clearly, double Vargars worked out great for No Spaceships for Old Men just a few minutes ago, but in this one, not quite the same level of effectiveness. What went wrong for Hangry Nubs?
I think having the Pilgrim on the other side open is a big disadvantage here. If you see the curse ban, I'm assuming the curse was banned, and then they think, okay, we can go Vargars, and then a Pilgrim comes in, it makes it a lot more difficult. Both these comps, it felt a little bit was like No Spaceships for Old Men from Wish.com, because you've got Brave on one side bringing the 2 Vargar, 2 Bellicose comp, and they just weren't really able to hit anything with the Vargars. And then on the other side, you've got E for Emotional Damage bringing the Redeemer comp, but they've subbed an Omen for a Thorax, they've subbed the Guardian for the Oneros, they've decided to make all these little changes, and it worked out for them, but is it better than the original recipe? I mean, original recipe, No Spaceships, 7 original spices is probably the best recipe than whatever you're cooking up with.
You know what? You're right. Yeah, that one exactly. That was the food metaphor hit me out of nowhere. I'm realizing I haven't eaten all day. Contrary to what you may, I know it's hard to tell sometimes, but believe me, today I've missed the meal. Wingnut, this man, the Pilgrim felt like it was just so oppressive against that double Vargar. Is that the risk you run whenever you run these turreted battleship comps, that you can run up against the one ship that can absolutely neuter your entire comp?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Like, I don't know if the Pilgrim was that bad if the comp was, and I mean this in the nicest way, well flown. Spaceships for Old Men know how to use that comp perfectly, and they've obviously got, they know their fit, they've got things set up for it. They know how to use it. I mean, they don't ban out Curse when they fly it. They haven't banned out Curse while they've been flying that comp, so they're not scared of the control of newts and tracking disruption. They don't give a damn, and yet they've still brought it. So I don't think the Pilgrim is like a kneecapping to that comp. It's just you got to know how to use it. I feel like, you know, with a bit more practice, I think that team could have gotten better with that comp. But apparently, Spaceships for Old Men just are really good at it.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. They're really, really good. Well, folks, we're going to get ready to move on to our next match here in just a few minutes. Before we do, though, I do need to check one thing here real fast. I have been informed, actually, finally, how conquest bans actually work, which is great. I didn't really know before this, but now I do. So just to be sure, for the next match, the following have been banned. The HMS Conquest, which was a 12-gun gun vessel launched in 1794. The HMS Conquest which was a screw corvette launched in 1878, and of course the HMS Conquest, which was a C-class light cruiser launched in 1915. So those ships will be unavailable for the next match. Hope teams can be able to. Great. I'm hearing now it's not quite how that works. So we'll figure that out. In the meantime, Cat, please, God, I'm begging you. Okay, listen. Yes. Look. All right. See. Look. Oh. Yes. You've gotten all the attention you want now. Now be gone. Thank you. Sorry, Twitch chat. I didn't mean to expose you to that much cat action. Let's talk very briefly about these upcoming match. This is the big one, folks. One of three big ones.
Potentially the big one.
Potentially the big one. They're all potentially the big one at this point. We have Spooky Action at a Distance banning out the Orthrus, the Jackdaw, the Vargur, and the Scimitar. And No Space for Old Man banning the Cinnaball, Jackdaw, Orthrus, and Scimitar. Of course, that Vargur feels like a wasted ban at this point since it's been Conquest banned. Basilisk, how does that happen?
I think you are still perhaps misunderstanding the Conquest bans.
How do
so no spaceships brought it in the first match. They won with it, which means they couldn't bring it in the second match.
Listen,
this is now the third match.
I spent the entire interim looking at boats. Okay,
I mean, honestly, okay. At this point, this is my take on the situation. Is there's just so many bans when it comes to Conquest and dupes that it's like, whatever, you know. I mean, they're gonna field something. One team's gonna field some ships. The other team's gonna field some ships. Let's just throw it in the grid, shake it to battle bent, and see what happens.
You know, we are. That's a good way to look at it. You know what? Honestly, that's Basilisk. This is why you have.
This is enlightenment. This is true enlightenment.
You have an acute tournament mind, because that's exactly where we need to be right now. You've reached Eve tournament nirvana, and have seen through the mist to know that these bands, whatever, these teams are going to be able to figure it out. They'll be fine. Somebody's asked me to hush and let you talk. Bazin, do you have any more insights to share with us?
Wingnut, what have you got?
Wingnut, what do you want to see from these two teams in this? And again, this could be it. This could be the one. Wingnut, do you have anything that you want to see before we go? Am I muted?
Is he muterated?
Am I muted? Oh, he's muted?
No.
I think he just.
I think he might just be boycotting input.
My Discord had died there, so I didn't hear a bloody word you said, man. It was great.
You know what?
Nothing but facts.
You know, whatever. They're on the grid, okay? We were going to be wrong whatever we said anyway. So I mean,
you're right.
Whatever he said, I definitely agree with that.
Absolutely.
I have no clue what it was.
100%.
It was perfectly reasonable.
Fuck it. Listen, we're going to do it live, folks. This is round 3. This is I am CCB Jotun, the Basilisk. Wingnut Cross, we've got Spooky Action at a Distance, No Spaceship for Old Man. We're going down to the arena. We have Deebs and Murray for this, the possibly final match of the Anger Game 6. We'll see you back here in a few minutes.
Hello and welcome back to the arena in a do or die match for Spaceships at a Distance. On their side, they've chosen to bring some Gunkite. We've seen this comp once before today. The Astartes, the Omen Navy issues, the Og Navy, and Deacons. What do we have on the other side, Deebs?
On the other side, we've got your Nighthawk Osprey Navy issue, supported by an Osprey and a Raptor. That Raptor is going to be out there trying to get some tackle for these Nighthawks and Osprey Navies to be able to do their damage. And we've seen this before. That Raptor is going to be incredibly quick across the field, incredibly difficult for those guns to track.
Yeah, and one thing to note, the Osprey Navy, light missiles got nerfed. It's not fielding those, it's fielding much more high damage options here as the match gets underway. Now, the question is, how willing are the old men going to be in terms of diving forward here? Or are they going to try and kite and use some distance when they move in?
Well, it looks like they're going for option 3, slowly cross the field. They're not quite diving, I would say. A little too slow in the Nighthawks for that. The Raptor pulled back, actually, at the start instead of diving across the field, but now is starting to probe in to see if he can make it in to go get that tackle for those Nighthawks and Osprey Navies to get on top of the enemy.
Yeah, one thing to note here, as Old Men are pushing in, these turret ships on the other side, they've started to spread out so that even if they get dove on by these missile ships, many of their DPS ships will continue to have good tracking as they have a bit of space on whatever they're shooting.
Yep, Raptor now going in for that tackle, getting a scram on an Omen Navy issue. The Osprey Navy of Faffy Waffy taking quite a bit of damage, but being held up by the Osprey of Mr. Keps. Mr. Keps a long ways away, not in any real danger right now, nothing trying to tackle him. So it's just a DPS race at this point, and that Omen Navy now taking an incredible amount of damage as those hams start landing.
Yeah, they've gotten a bunch of their DPS ships on top of the Omen Navy of Control Freak. Omen Navies are not super tanky, so with Omen only Deacons behind him, he's dropping extremely fast and looks like he's going to go down pretty quickly here.
Yep, but they are trading for Alosha in the Osprey Navy issue. Alosha out of shields into armor, just barely holding on. That Omen Navy damage is now off, but struggling to be kept up by the T1 reps off of, or the T1 Logi from that Osprey.
Yeah, Alosha is doing a fantastic job kiting away, getting transversal to buy more time for his team, as on the other side you see some tackle has gone onto these Deacons. They're considering going for them, putting damage into White Devil's Deacon as he's the one that's webbed, and Alosha is still living as they're forced to switch damage to the Osprey in order to try and kill something here.
Yep, that Osprey kind of being forced out of position. The red team had spread across the field, now has great angles and are able to take that Osprey down rapidly, which is now putting the Old Men in a little bit of a pickle.
Yeah, Alosha's gonna go down now without the reps to keep him alive, and they're making very slow progress on this Deacon. If they can't kill the Deacons quickly, the DPS race is not in their favor, because when one side is Logi and you don't, DPS races just aren't fun.
That's right. Now Faffy Waffy previously have been taking damage, so if there's any ASBs there, possibly not had a chance to reload them. Going down pretty rapidly here. That said, they are now switching, it looks like, to a Navy Omen, trying to get more DPS off the field. Perhaps a little too late, though.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough since they're just not able to get enough application onto these Deacons to take them out. And without that, like, even if they kill this Omen Navy, they're losing the third Osprey relatively quickly here as Sam Punisher is getting gunned down pretty quickly. And without that, only 2 Nighthawks left, they're really going to struggle to be able to get what they need to done.
Yeah, you can see now that DPS race started out pretty even with the Osprey Navy and the Omen Navy going down at roughly the same speed, but without that Logi, the Omen Navy's been able to keep up and go down slower, and now the Osprey Navy's out, and they're down to just 2 Nighthawks. They've got a single web maybe on that Omen, and it's just not enough with that T2 Frigg Logi from the Deacons holding it up.
Yeah, they've got the Omen Navy held, but even if they kill it, it's looking pretty rough. Skykiller Russian's going to be the next target here in his Nighthawk, as the turret ships, sitting still, close range ammo loaded, are just blasting into him. Even with those additional special T2 resists against the Astartes, it's not going to be enough for him, as they still haven't been able to take out these Deacons.
Yeah, you have to wonder what was the thinking there. Deacons have a very low signature radius. It's very difficult for kind of any missiles in general to apply to them, but especially hams. So you really have to wonder why they decided that that Deacon was the right target.
Yeah, I think it's a tough one because, like, you need to get rid of the Deacons relatively early on when you still have as much of your DPS as possible, but they just weren't able to kind of get it done within the kind of time window they had before they started losing DPS ships too quickly.
Yeah, and with this means that this is not the final match. There's at least one more. And the Conquest bands are going to switch, which is going to really open up the opportunities for the Old Men to bring anything they like almost in the next match.
Yeah, so with that open, they'll have some more options there. One of the key things, though, which smartly done to some extent, is these are ships you haven't seen too much of. So like the Astarte, you're not going to see in many other comps. So many of these other fleet or these compositions that Spooky Action have been bringing are going to be open regardless, and it's going to be a tough trick for the old men to figure out what to do in response to this match.
Yeah, that's correct. Really, the only sort of common ship you see here is the Deacon, but there's plenty of options to replace that. So I think you're right that this was taken with an eye to those conquest bans, making it so that Spooky Action isn't particularly crippled by not having this.
Now, while this is going on, the Nighthawk of Pandy did try and make a break for it. To where? I don't know. But he has been apprehended on his attempt to escape with a web from the Omen Navy of Sura. He is down, just leaving the Raptor. We'll see if the Raptor chooses to go for an MJD boundary play, if he's just trying to buy some time, or what have you. He's kind of angling up. I'd say go for it. Make the MJD play. What else he do?
I don't think he quite has the angle for it. It might just be going for the edge without the MJD, but we'll see. GFs have gone up in local. The Raptor knows that this is over, and there's only about 15 seconds left.
And it looks like it will go to time, because when the Raptor is going 4,200 meters a second, nobody can track him.
Yeah, and 5 seconds left. And there we go. The match is over, and we'll send it back to the desk for them to analyze that.
Welcome back to the desk, folks. I am CCP Jotun, joined alongside now CCP Overload and Black Bart Pirate. Gentlemen, welcome to the desk. Glad to have you here with us. Spaceships, rather, Spooky Action at distance, holding off No Spaceships for Old Men, avoiding elimination as they now go to 1-2 against the Old Men team with a strong Astarte comp. We've seen this one in matches before. No Spaceships for Old Man, of course, bringing out the Nighthawk Osprey and then triple Navy Osprey. BBP, let's talk about these Astartes. This is not quite a max threat, but it is adjusted towards max threat-ish. What do you see in this Astarte comp that Spooky Action Distance did so well?
I mean, like, are you asking why did it work or why it started?
Yeah, why did it work? I mean, listen, you know how this works. I'm just general thoughts and opinions. You could go.
Sorry, my brain's been rotted by listening to you guys talk about conquest bans. So
gotcha,
I mean, that's why CCP Overload and I are here, though. We had to up the ante a little bit.
For sure. Post credit scene when we saw that match up there, to be honest. But I'm glad we're here for the main presentation now.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, and I mean, I've been saying it in the staff chat. I said it a couple times here. Brought it up many times throughout this tournament and also the last 4 or 5 years of them. If you're going to bring a comp, you have to have the ability to defeat a ham rush. And what we saw right there was that Spooky Action at the Distance has clearly taken that comp and practiced it versus a ham rush, and they played it pretty much perfectly. Like the first maybe 30 seconds was a little bit sketchy, but once the ham rush actually came in and got tackle on something, Spooky Action did this really big starburst, got behind it, clapped the Osprey, and then were able to just pick them apart. And that's something that you don't do that without having practiced versus ham rush over and over and over again to the point where they could say, this setup is something we can bring no matter what, and we're not going to get cheesed by some newer dongs running their ham ships at us. They did a great job, and now we have ourselves a series.
We do have ourselves a series. We are at least going one more match, and then one more match after that. That's how numbers work. Pretty excited to keep playing. CCP Overload, very briefly before we go to our next show match, which is, of course, our last show match. I want to talk for just a second about this team from No Spaceships for Old Men with the triple Navy Osprey. It was mentioned in that match the Navy Osprey recently caught a bit of a cheeky ban, or not, rather a cheeky nerf from CCP GER, where its rapid lights are not quite as effective as they were before. Do you feel like the Navy Osprey was the right pick for that comp?
I mean, probably. It still does a buttload of damage. It's still very mobile. It's got a good to self tank, and to be honest, it fits in with that particular comp. Now, one of the things when you're playing with conquest bands is you have to be a little bit more careful about which ships you bring. You might actually take a slightly less optimal ship in one setup, specifically to have that ship not be banned should you win in the next setup. You don't want to basically put all your eggs into one basket, because God forbid you win and then you lose all of the good ships and then you just lose a bunch. So you need to win just enough, just enough, just a tiny bit of win, just a Vafa-Sin win, please.
Very good.
A massive win.
Well, we're going to go ahead and move on to our last show fight. This is show fight number 13 between Snuffed Out and Wokewater Boo Hooligans. Some interesting bans from these teams. Wokewater Boo Hooligans banning the Curse, okay, the Arbitrator, and the Apostle. And I did get some context here. I actually received a message prior to this match from one Nuke Michael, offering some context for the Snuffed Out bans. Snuffed Out, of course, has banned the Barghest, the Sacrilege, and the Shapash. Snuffed Out, Nuke said that he says, we banned the Sac and Barg because it's Big Ab TQ doctrines. Cool. And then he said, we banned the Shapash because of this. So, that's cool. That's a lot of fun. That's nice. I like that. So yeah, we won't see any Shapashes, and we won't see any Apostles in this match, and we won't see any Sacrileges, which is a real shame. I do like the Sacrilege. It's a lot of fun. That being said, not a whole lot else to say about this one. These two teams clearly looking for a little bit of frivolity before the final couple of matches. After this, folks, we do not have any more show matches. We are just in full-on finals matches until the end of this thing. BBP, CCP Overload, if something weird was going to happen in this match, this match between Deepwater and Snuffed Out, if you could ask Santa for one weird thing, CCP Overload, what would it be?
Well, I noticed that neither team banning the heavy interdictors, any of them really. So those are all open right now, which is very worrying. Any capital pilots who may be tending to fly in this match.
True.
I'm not sure how many points caps are in the Anger Games. I haven't actually read any rules.
And not read one rule yet.
Yeah. And honestly, if I could hope for anything whimsical in this match, I would like to see both teams kill each other in completion. So everyone is dead.
Everyone dies.
Would be very fun. Everyone would be happy.
Missiles in flight at the very end, kill both on the same server tick.
Perfect. Beautiful.
That would be absolutely. BBP, do you think the Apostle was the right ban here?
I didn't read the rules either.
Okay, that's fair. All right, folks, well, we're going to stop fucking around with this one. We're going to go down to the arena. We got Deebs and Murray. Show fight number 13. Wokewater Boo Hooligans versus Snuffed Out. I don't know what else you guys want from me. It is what it is. It's going to be great. We'll see you back in a few minutes for real matches. Until then, enjoy the show.
Hello and welcome to the arena. You'd think that a Concord Rogue analysis beacon had spawned in the center because Deepwater and Snuffed have both shown up as soon as they possibly could. On the Deepwater side, it looks like they've brought one of their Pochvan multi-boxers and two of his Cronoses with a couple of weird small ships that I've never seen from them before to back it up. What do we have on the other side, Deebs?
Well, Snuffed Out had great success in a previous tournament bringing 4 Demoses, and they figured actually they don't need all of them. They can stick with 3 Demos. And so they're just going to go with that. However, they do seem to have picked the wrong Tempest, as their normal doctrines involve Tempest fleet issues, not T1 Tempests.
Yeah, and critically, that Tempest will be without his high-grade amulets for this match, as unfortunately, implant pods are not allowed. What do you think they'll be able to do without them?
I think the biggest thing they're going to be missing is that Apostle that got banned. Not having triage for reps is really going to confuse both of these teams, I think.
Yeah, and as the match starts, we see these Demoses diving forward. They've realized that they can't in fact shoot further than 3 kilometers, and so they need to actually go somewhere in order to shoot something. The Cronoses don't quite have that problem as they open fire on one of the Demoses.
Yeah, one thing to note here, there are deacons that are repping, and so it's important for them to realize that ships smaller than capitals can apply reps, and we'll see if that matters during the match.
Yeah, the Deimos eating heavy damage. Kronos is doing God's work as they open fire here. On the other side, you got a Vexor that's taken some shots, but so far not terribly successful, and it looks like they may try to switch to the Magus if it's not working out.
Yeah, the Deimos is now diving onto the Vexor, trying to get on top of that and take some of that damage out. Mathimus's ADC expired, now taking a lot of damage. The Kronos also taking damage, really split everywhere.
Yeah, it looks like they've realized that this Kronos does in fact not have a Bastion module, and you are allowed to shoot it even if it can catch reps, as it's actually getting chunked pretty heavily here. Is this Kronos polarized?
I really hope that it is. That said, it is repping, but not enough. We'll see with that Deimos down if that means that they can now pump that damage into him. Blaster Deimos is not an insignificant amount of damage here. Milton now going down, but he has that ADC. Still has the Deacon reps on him. Again, notably, small ships able to rep here.
Yeah, and despite the fact that they did take out a Deimos, this Kronos is dying pretty quick. He's gotten some armor reps off and continues to do so, but with only 30% hull left and continuing to bleed it, it looks like he's going to drop here well before Minton Benedal's Deimos drops itself.
Yeah, it's very close, but they do now trade it, so they have now traded a Deimos for a Kronos. Certainly a good trade for Snuff.
Yep, and an important thing to note here is that Crimson Serenity, the only other damage ship doing much of anything in his other Kronos, just kind of went off to the other side of the arena for a little adventure, and he's started to come back, but he appears to think that the best thing to do in a Kronos is to in fact kite, even though he's using blasters, and those don't really do the best at the old kiting.
Yeah, but that said, apparently doing a decent job of it, given that the Deimos still went down, and I do believe these are in fact rail Kronoses.
Yeah, another particularly bold choice is they never got around to shooting the Deacon, which he is the only Deacon there. He forgot his friend, and so he's doing his best, but he is by himself.
Yeah, now, with that Kronos very far away and the Deimos is being blaster, they're working their way through the low end. That Magus that they tried on before is now going down very quickly with the Tempest autocannons and the Deimos blasters right on top of it.
Yeah, unfortunately, it appears that he broadcasted a little late, but you know, they figured it out. They realized that he needed reps, and they left him with plenty of buffer, as he has a full 1% of his structure remaining to work with.
That is, I believe, 0.9% more structure than you need.
The math checks out. Now, unfortunately, because he has in fact broadcasted, they needed to switch over to the Deacon of Dr. TNT, who has taken some good damage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Crimson has decided that he's going to shoot the Tempest, and so he shall.
Dr. TNT now going down, making the teams now even on Logi, really tightening up the ballgame here.
Yeah, and now it's an even 1-to-1 on Deacons, so hopefully they can get a chance to duke it out at some point, but they have realized that with only one Deacon, you can in fact shoot that one Deacon, and he will die. So that's Crimson's the current target of their drone damage. Crimson Serenity, though, still deciding to work his way through this Tempest, as the second of his backup Deacons decides that it is going to in fact explode.
With that Deacon going down, that now means that the team that brought one Deacon has successfully outlasted the team that brought two Deacons, really raising some questions. The Kronos now MJ Dean deciding that his railguns at range aren't good enough and he wants to get into the fight.
He has MJD'd away from the enemy, We'll see if that actually does anything. But he's just kind of camping out there. He left his buddy in the Bellicose all by himself. And 2374 is about to find out what happens when you actually lose a ship here. You just kind of sit there in your pod. Fortunately, Snuffed Out have not brought their usual smart bombing battleships, so his pod may be able to live here.
True. It is against the rules to intentionally pod kill in this, so his pod will be able to watch, and the high-grade implants that he didn't bring will remain safe.
Yeah. Crimson, he's slowly working his way through this Tempest. Unfortunately, he only has a minute left in the match, so he's going to have to get on that if he wants to take out this Tempest and have any chance of bringing back a victory here. It is at a point where that would close the points gap total a bit, but even with that Tempest dying, he'd still have to do a bit more work to bring it home as a W.
Yeah, that said, the Tempest now breaking into structure with just under 30 seconds left. It could go down, but that one Deacon still doing work.
Critical news. Crimson Serenity has remembered that he can use drones to do damage and has just dropped them. They may be able to reach the Tempest before the match runs out. However, the Tempest is running away from his drones in an incredible display of skill as the match winds down and Crimson Serenity is unable to take out the Tempest of Nuke Michael.
Yeah, the Crimson Serenity posted in local that unfortunately he had to reload his guns, realizing that he was firing railguns and not lasers.
You know, you hate to see it. That's why you gotta bring lasers, even on your Kronos, just to keep it safe. Now, the ships are still moving around grid, which is a bit unusual for a match ending. And it looks like they are still holding down this Kronos for the time being.
And is that, I believe there is the military experts are calling this a Sino-Zero field.
This could spell disaster for the opponents of that Sino, as Sinos usually bring more ships, which you're often unprepared for in an AT match. Well, he sniped the Tempest. Let's go. And the Deacon is had enough. He's going home by driving. Will he drive outside the boundaries? Presumably. Oh no.
The Kronos electing to not shoot anybody else after killing the Tempest.
Yeah. A lot of messages in chat. It looks like several people are asking for a 5-yard penalty after a foul on the field. I don't know if they'll be able to get that, as those just aren't in the rules, but maybe they can, figure one out there.
The Demos self-repping there, potentially making sure that Kronos just absolutely cannot do anything else. But no help coming through these Sinos. We would expect to be seeing Revelation Navies by now, but nothing. Curious.
Unfortunately, it appears that despite both teams being very experienced in lighting Sinos and jumping more ships than their enemies, nobody checked to see that the region of UUA, which is where these tournament matches are held, is in fact like 100 light years from Losec. And so it turns out that they are going to need at least like 10 mids in order to get there. So we'll come back to you guys in about 2 hours and let you know how they're doing on that.
And with that, we'll send it back to the desk to talk about the next match.
Well, that was fucking weird. Welcome back, folks. It's me, CCP Jotun, alongside Black Bart Pirate and CCP Over Bart. We've got Spooky Action at Distance and No Spaceships for Old Men in the next match. Spooky Action at Distance down, currently 1-2. No Spaceships for Old Men up and in a commanding 2-1 lead. They just have to win a single match left and they will win the tournament. We have from Spooky Action at Distance banning the Orthrus, the Jackdaw, the Vargur, and the Kizrael. No Spaceships for Old Man, or for Old Men rather, banning the Broadsword, the Alligator, the Jackdaw, and the Scimitar. CCP Overload, the Alligator specifically has shown up so many times over the last couple of matches, or rather the last couple of weeks of matches. And it's interesting whenever CCP, and this is going to be speaking very generally, and I know that, you know, there's a lot of stuff we can't talk about because, yeah, you and I, we both know things, of course, equal amounts of things, right? I'm sure you and I, equal knowledge, 100%. There are things that CCP is always kind of have in their head when they're putting new ships together to implement in the game. Do you think that it crosses people's mind, like, are tournaments in general taken into consideration when these ships are being developed?
Absolutely. Tournaments have no consideration on the development of ships, with the exception sometimes you could say maybe with the prize ships, but then you can't use them, so, you know, get fucked, nerds. The Alligator, it's useful in tournaments. It's another ship that you have to ban if you don't want to see it. It gets good bonuses to drones, heavy missile and hams as well. It's kind of like a cooler Drake, so I mean, all around pretty decent ship. That's why we've seen quite a lot of them, and of course it fits very well into the Florida Man comp. As more ships have been introduced to EVE Online over the years, slowly had to up the number of bans, because it used to be like, go back to you ban the Sleipnir, oh no, there's almost nothing else we can bring. Now there's like a load of other things that we can bring. Maybe not quite as good, but it can be good in different ways, differently abled.
Certainly. BBP, I know that you've been kind of beating on the drum of that as we increase the number of ships available, we should maybe start looking at increasing the number of bans for these matches. What's your thinking there?
Yeah, what you just said.
Okay, cool.
I mean, well, you took it. You literally said what I've been doing. So yeah, that's not necessarily what I've been. I was saying that's like sort of a suggestion, because we're rapidly getting to the point here where, like, in fact, we might even see it in the next match, since we did just see a ham rush, you know, fly around and do spaceships, but like it was a terrible ham rush, and I think CCP Overload sort of alluded to, like, yeah, maybe they flew this because that way if they won with it they wouldn't get banned, which kind of doesn't make sense for a lot of reasons. But anyways, you can't actually ban out certain comps anymore because we have so many other ships that are getting added. So I think we're going to have to probably start increasing the bans a little bit if we want to, you know, keep this going in a way that seems fair. Otherwise, we're just going to see the same thing over and over and over again with, like, oh, we replaced one ship with a different ship.
Certainly. Yeah, any thoughts, CCP Overload?
I've got many thoughts. I would quite like some pancakes just now. I'm just wondering if I have stuff to make them.
You know what? That actually sounds great right now. Pancakes. You know, have you ever been to a Waffle House, CCP Overload?
No, but the Americans keep telling me that they're the superior version of IHOP. I have been to the International House of Pancakes, and I do have a bugbear. Why is there no IHOPs outside of America if you claim to be international?
It's trash.
Because the U.S. is the center of the world.
That part is maybe true, but IHOP is bad. Waffle House is just it's like the promised land. Listen, we got a minute left till the match starts, so we're gonna go right down to the arena. Spooky action at a distance versus No Spaceships for Old Men. Again, potentially the final match. Who can say? We'll send it down to Wingnut Cross and Baza in the arena. We'll be back here in a few minutes.
Welcome everybody to the arena. Match number 4 of this grand final. On the red side, we've got Spooky Action at a Distance, bringing a fairly standard kite comp here. 3 Cyclone Fleets, Osprey Navy. I'm not actually sure if that's going to be heavy missiles. Obviously, Rapid Lights recently nerfed on that. A couple Kirins and a Bellicose for application. And Wingnut, what about No Spaceships?
Well, this seems very familiar. I feel like they brought this comp before. Because they have. It's the Demon Curse Guardian Omen comp. With a lot of support. They got a Succubus in it, which I don't remember seeing last time. So yeah, we're going to see a Newton Control sort of comp versus this Missile Kite Please Don't Kill Me comp.
Yeah, I mean, one of the main weaknesses of the Cyclone Fleet's base stats, I mean, I've said on analysis on the past that it's got really good base stats, it's got really good fitting, speed, all this kind of stuff. The main issue is lock range, and that carries a beam Aderon, maybe a real thorn in the side of these Cyclone Fleets. I think they've only got like 60 kilometers base range. Obviously going to be boosted a little bit with links, maybe some sense boosters in there as well, but they may have to come in close to that Redeemer, and that's obviously not what they want to be doing.
Yep, and also the Guidance Disruptors as well, absolutely ruining them on top of that. So yeah, they are really just going to try and reduce all the damage as possible in this comp. You see Faffy Waffy already getting shut up.
Yeah, I think they've realized that Fafuafi in that Omen fills the role of the fast tackler, and they want to get him off the field so that they can just feel free to kite around the arena, and Fafuafi continues to burn in here. But I don't think there's going to be enough damage to break him under the reps of Mr. Caps. Obviously, as we've seen, very, very experienced and competent Guardian pilot, and Fafuafi at the moment does seem to be doing just fine. They have pulled back to this MJD beacon. Are they going to be able to get this MJD off before Fafuafi gets in and gets a scram on one of them?
Just watching to see who jumps. They still haven't jumped yet. Fafi's still going in. MJD's going off. At least 2 of them, 3. Okay, they're all going off now. Fafi might be trying to snag, I think, the Osprey Navy or the back Cyclone Fleet. But I don't think he's going to get there in time.
Ooh,
he does
very
not.
well timed. Very, very well timed.
Very well
from,
timed
from
indeed.
Spooky Action at a distance. They managed to get everyone out just as Fafuafi arrives. He's chasing ghosts. The
they're now
Bellicose,
right next
however,
to the curse. They're
the
right next
Bellicose
to the
didn't
curse.
get
They're
to jump.
absolutely nuded.
Yeah. I mean, the curse is going to get absolutely volleyed here. I think this is their plan, is they've jumped straight into the back line. They've lured the Redeemer in. They've lured the Omen on the other side. The Guardian's running away, but...
They're focusing Guardian. They're going straight past the curse for the Guardian here. They're going to go straight into this team. This kite team is basically going into Brawl. I think
yeah, they've sort of turned the battlefield inside out. They've jumped behind them, and then... Yeah, they're ramming onto this Guardian, and we see all the rep bots coming onto Mr. Kep, swarming onto him. But obviously this Guardian, I'm assuming 100 MN fit, very, very, very tanky. Mr. Kep's very, very competent. He's got really good speed here. He's mitigating quite a lot. And the more they chase, the more these Cyclone Fleets are going to put themselves right into this Redeemer range, right into the tackle range of the Omen, the Pontifex, etc.
I think, honestly, this might be a really bad sign for them. That Guardian is not going to die. He's got too much rep drones on him. He's a very, very resistant. He's got a high speed, low sig. He is not going to die here. They have to choose something else. And I think they are doing that now already, but it might be too little too late now already.
Yeah, they are going to lose this Bellicose, and just look at the control bar of no spaceships here. It's so huge. They're applying so much control. When they jumped into the backline, one of the Cyclone Fleet's control freak got tackled down by the Succubus, so they're now having to kill him off, assuming that he is being guidance disrupted as well. So he's basically doing nothing out there as long as he's held down, so they need to clear the tackle off him, get that Succubus gone. They do get the Succubus, force him off, but still just not really much pressure going out, and they're starting to lose the second ship here at Azura in the Osprey Navy. Is going to go down here.
This entire comp is very hard to kill in certain spots. Like, even if they shoot Succubus when he tackles things, they can't kill it. They can just force it away. This is consistently happening. Things are just kind of forcing him to do different stuff. They couldn't kill the Guardian. They couldn't kill the Succubus. I don't even know what they're going for anymore, because I think even they're confused. Like, what do we shoot that we can actually kill?
Yeah, it's really, really hard to pick a target here that you can kill. They tried the Omen at the start. They tried the Guardian. The Succubus obviously really, really fast with the Afterburner bonus. They're probably not going to be able to kill the carries. He's just going to kite and damp. The Curse has guidance disruptors. The Redeemer is just a brick. So, I mean, are they going to lose another ship here?
Fair. I think at this point they're resigned to it. Onto the Guardian. Just pray he's got an Ansil we can overload or something, because this is not going well.
Yeah, it's kind of desperation here. They do need to kill off this Guardian. There's no chance of them killing anything under his reps, but without any webs here, the overprop Guardian, I'm assuming 100 MN Mr. Kep's going 1100, is just tanking absolutely fine. And this comp, we saw Tuskers bring it, we saw Odin's bring it. It really benefits from having a Rapier or a Hugin to apply those ranged webs and get those heavy missile damage out. And without it, Mr. Kep's is just coasting absolutely fine.
Yeah, even the Bellicose paint bonus isn't quite enough for this, unfortunately. Just didn't quite have the damage to break through. This is honestly really tanky core with a lot of control. So many rep drones, really high resist ships. It's just, if you don't have the DPS, you just can't break through it.
Yeah, it is a really nice comp from no spaceships, and obviously having brought it before, they've proved their competence with it. They've proved their ability to sort of position correctly, move the Guardian around, and move the Redeemer and the Curse and the carries into the space created, and fend off their opponents. And a great performance. It's a bit of a
self-destruct.
It's a bit of a sort of kind of Swiss Army knife of a comp. You look at these ships here, and it's got good DPS, it's got good rep power, it's got GDs, it's got damps, it's got tackle, it's kind of got everything. It's a pretty nasty comp to come up against. If you don't have the way of killing that Guardian.
So far has been people in like full control comps with no damage. This has damage. This is exactly what these control comps need. Is enough of everything to really just control the match and make it go their own way.
Yeah, we are seeing these Cyclone Fleets go down now, so this is indeed finally going to be the last match of the tournament. Congratulations. Deserved win for no spaceships for Old Men. Going to take the final series in a 3-1 victory. Great performance from them, particularly on this control comp with the Redeemer Guardian Curse. Really, really clinical piloting, really strong control of the grid here.
Exactly that. Not seeing Hawaii go down. I think Control Freak is also tackled. Yeah, okay, he's not going anyway, so to watch him die as well. That's fair. Honestly, he's having the worst of times. There's a Curse sitting at 0 on him.
Yeah, I mean, I think after the MJD, he got tackled by the Succubus, and he's just been kind of sat over there in that general region away from everything else for the past 5 minutes or so. And I imagine Guidance Disrupted, neutered out, tackled. probably not able to do a whole lot of anything.
Yep. This is why the curse is feared, ladies and gentlemen. You don't want to see one in the comp sometimes, because it can just ruin you.
I think aside from that as well, this is why ranged webs are overpowered. I mean, ranged webs application is just insane, and if you come up against an overpropped Logi Cruiser with swarms of rep bots on it, and you can't web it, you've got no way of tackling it down, it will just tank forever.
Mm-hmm. So many overpropped AB ships in TQ, man. One web kills me every time.
Yeah, and this is the risk when you bring a kite comp of 3 Cyclone fleets and Osprey navies. You've got very limited support here. You've got good paper DPS, but you've been baited by the numbers.
The numbers, Basil. What do they mean?
The numbers lie sometimes.
Well, no matter how many numbers this team has, unfortunately, they have lost. Congratulations to No Spaceships for Old Men, and we'll go back to the studio and see what they think.
No Spaceships for Old Men taking a commanding 3-1 victory over Spooky Action at a Distance and winning the 6th running of the Anger Games. Congratulations to them, and condolences, but also congratulations to our friends from Spooky Action at a Distance who played well. They ran in the end up into No Spaceships for Old Men's control, and it was not quite enough to get through it. CCP Overload, Black Bart Pirate, of course, I am CCP Jotun, here for the final time at the desk. Gentlemen, what do we take away from this? CCP Overload, let's start with you. This Fleet Cyclone comp we've seen Spooky Action at Distance used before to great effectiveness. What happened in that match that didn't work out well for them?
Well, they didn't ban a curse, and then a curse was brought against them, and curse MVP. I mean, I'm not entirely sure it would have made too much of a difference, but it definitely made an difference. They ended up in a situation where they couldn't break anything under Guardian reps, and they couldn't kill the Guardian. It was 100 MN. There was a curse just scooting around, doing its thing. I mean, I don't see very many options for them to do anything different there, except just slowly lose. I don't know. Bart's got a more wrinkly brain than I when it comes to execution. So maybe he has some ideas of what they could have done there, but honestly, I'm kind of grasping at straws.
Well, it's funny you mentioned our very good friend Black Bart Pirate, because Bart, you have been beating this drum since day one about the curse, about leaving the curse unbanned and then not being the team that picks the curse. What was it in this comp, or what was it about that curse specifically that made it just so oppressive against this dual Fleet Cyclone comp?
Yeah, well, so you have 3 Fleet Cyclones, which is like one more than a dual Fleet Cyclone comp. I've been working on my mass skills after that 4 cruiser match that we all saw. The reality is that first off, I don't think that there's anything Spooky Action could have done. I think they just straight up got counter-comped. I don't think that their setup was really particularly that good anyways, but it is what it is. They flew it really, really well, honestly. Like, that MJD play was awesome, and against anybody that had not brought 100 men in Guardian, they probably won the match right there, but they didn't. The thing is like, in the Anger Games, we have 7 people fighting against 7 people. A curse can fit, depending on how you fit, between, like, I would say, generally you're going to have at least 2 of each guidance, disruptor, or tracking thing, up to 4. When you're bringing a 7-man setup and you only have 3 to 4 DPS ships, a single curse can shut down your entire DPS. By itself, there's nothing you can do about it. And so, like, we've seen it over and over and over again throughout this entire tournament. Teams will bring a curse, and the curse will single-handedly shut the other team's DPS down, and that's it. And we saw it in the finals, we saw it in the first day, saw it in the second day, probably saw it in the third day. I didn't see that one, but, here we are.
Yeah, and we saw some teams, like, I think it was a rival who just consistently banned Cursed Pilgrim Arbitrator whenever they had any opportunity. They were like, get those ships out of here.
Yeah, sweet bands. Don't want anything to do with them. Well, folks, again, congratulations to our friends from No Spaceships for Old Men. They walk away from this tournament winning 28,050 plex, but don't feel too bad for our runners-up who have won 22,950 plex. That ain't nothing. That's good money, and that money spends. Folks, for the last time, this has been CCP Overload, Black Bart Pirate. I have been CCP Jotun for the Alliance, the Anger Games 6, not the Alliance tournament. It hasn't been confirmed yet,
No, it's been confirmed.
That's been
It hasn't been
confirmed.
announced
Oh,
yet.
has been
Yeah,
confirmed?
Hold on,
Okay.
let's not
Watch,
don't put
I'll
that
do it
evil
again.
into the air.
I'll do it again for you.
Okay.
Alliance Tournament XX is confirmed. Official name, by the way. XX.
It's confirmed. XX. Okay, cool. Thank you. Just want to make sure that I was not leaking anything untoward. Folks,
somewhere CCB Zealous is extremely mad at me.
I was going to say somewhere CCB Zealous just bursts out of his house. Seriously, folks, it has been a distinct pleasure. We sincerely appreciate you all being here, supporting what we're trying to do here. I hope that you've enjoyed it. I hope it's been entertaining, and I hope that you get something out of it. Folks, until next time, take care of yourselves, be good to each other, and we'll see you then.
Bring on the wrecking machine. Every city you burn, I'm gonna build high. Bring on the wrecking machine, setting your dreams of heaven on fire. Bring on the wrecking machine. For every city you burn, I'm gonna build one high.
Connecting. Our escape pod was destroyed and you died. Lucky for you that you have been reincarnated through an insurance claim. Warp drive active. You clumsy pilot. The capacitor is empty.